Hello.
And also, for your information, we have participants come from Pakistan, but he is, I think, joined in online mode. So I think if you can hear me, the participants who come from Pakistan, please open your mic and open your camera and say hello to us. And also, we have participants come from a lot of UT in our region, of
Yes,
course.
yes, 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 yes. Good morning, everybody.
Now for the all participants who come offline, I think, are you ready guys to present your research or article?
Yeah, for presentation today.
Because for the all participants who present their article will be awarded if you are, of course, there is a best paper, I
Yes.
think, and also best speaker.
Yeah.
So you have to prepare yourself, okay?
And also, Mr. Fahri, today
Yes.
we are accompanied with a lot of speakers here from Director of Import Directorate, and then from Universitas Terbuka, also with Cage Business School France, and then from University Science Malaysia, and then from PT ISDB Indonesia Ferry, and co-founder of Du Anyam. Whoa.
And also we'll be have a lot of fun today. Our agenda will be until I think until the evening,
Yeah.
right? So please stay tuned here and
Yeah.
keep your energy because there is a lot of fun and there is a lot of speaker will be give a speech to you guys. So we
Yeah.
have to enrich our knowledge about the
Yes.
business and economic, social science and technology, of course.
Yeah, very insight from another perspective. Okay, and also we have a lot of collaboration in here. What is that, Mr. Fahri?
Yes, we would like to thank you to our co-host PKN Stan that make this event possible, of course. And
Yeah.
also we have the sponsorship that come from PT Das Bara Lestari Tbk. And thank you for Das Group for your support and making this event possible. And of course we have also Pop Survey by Populix. Pop Survey by Populix is online survey solution that support academic, business, and individual research need by accelerating the collection of qualitative data and quantitative data. And also we would like to thank you for the Kantor Akuntan Publik Doli, Bambang Sulistianto, Dadang and Ali, DBSDA and A for their support and contribution. Once again, thank you for all the co-hosts and also the sponsorship and the partners for being the part of the ISBEST 2026.
And don't forget, today it's also already we have amazing culture performance. Ooh. From who is that, Mr. Fahri?
While I think while the performance, you can turn on your camera so you
Yeah.
can record them because they are so cute, I think.
Yeah, that's so cute. That's a cute performance. Yeah, we'll give you a surprise performance then.
yang gaya. Lebih gaya daripada kita.
Selamat datang di Universitas Terbuka Convention Center dan terima kasih atas kehadiran Anda di acara hari ini. Sebelum acara dimulai, kami mengajak seluruh hadirin untuk memperhatikan informasi penting mengenai keselamatan dan keamanan selama berada di dalam gedung ini. Informasi ini disampaikan demi kenyamanan dan keselamatan bersama. Gedung UTCC ini memiliki kapasitas 2.500 orang dan dilengkapi dengan 4 jalur evakuasi utama yang terletak di sisi kiri, kanan, depan, dan belakang gedung. Jalur evakuasi ditandai dengan tanda exit berwarna hijau. Apabila terjadi keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran atau gempa bumi, mohon untuk tetap tenang, tidak panik, dan segera menuju pintu darurat terdekat dengan mengikuti arahan dari petugas keamanan atau panitia. Setelah keluar dari gedung, harap segera menuju titik kumpul yang berada di area lapangan parkir utama gedung. Dalam situasi kebakaran, bunyi alarm akan terdengar jelas sebagai tanda evakuasi. Mohon untuk segera menuju tangga darurat yang tersedia dengan tertib. Alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR juga tersedia di beberapa titik strategis di dalam gedung dan dapat digunakan oleh petugas yang berwenang. Petugas keamanan dan panitia telah dibekali pelatihan untuk menangani situasi ini. Jadi, harap ikuti arahan mereka dengan seksama. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, lindungi diri Anda dengan menunduk dan berlindung di bawah meja jika memungkinkan. Setelah guncangan berhenti, segera evakuasi dengan tertib ke titik kumpul yang telah ditentukan. Tetap waspada terhadap kemungkinan gempa susulan dan jangan kembali ke dalam gedung sebelum dinyatakan aman oleh petugas. Bagi peserta yang membutuhkan pertolongan medis, kami telah menyiapkan tim medis dan ambulans yang bersiaga di Klinik Pratama Universitas Terbuka yang dapat Anda temui di Wisma 1 Universitas Terbuka. Jika Anda merasa tidak enak badan atau menemukan peserta lain yang membutuhkan bantuan, segera hubungi petugas atau panitia terdekat. Perlu kami ingatkan juga bahwa dilarang merokok di dalam gedung. Area merokok telah disediakan di luar gedung. Demi keamanan bersama, mohon tidak membawa barang berbahaya seperti senjata tajam atau bahan mudah terbakar. Jaga barang-barang pribadi Anda karena panitia tidak bertanggung jawab atas kehilangan. Demikian informasi keselamatan yang dapat kami sampaikan. Mari kita bersama-sama menjaga ketertiban dan kenyamanan selama acara berlangsung. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya. Selamat mengikuti acara dengan aman dan menyenangkan.
Good morning and welcome to the distinguished Director General of Financing and Risk Management.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony of ISBEST 2026 will begin shortly. We kindly ask all attendees to set their phone to silent mode.
We warmly welcome the Vice Rector of Universitas Terbuka and the Deputy of the Entrepreneurship of Interpublic Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to stand.
Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn Universitas Terbuka. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now be seated. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speakers, honorable leaders, college, and participants.
Good morning, Mr. Riza Adadamanik, STMSI PhD, from Deputy for Entrepreneurship of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Ginda Pandapotan Siregar, SHMA, Assistant Deputy for the Entrepreneurship Business Ecosystem. Professor Rahmat Budiman, SSMHUM, PhD, Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs. Dr. Andrian Sutawijaya, SEMSI, Vice Rector for Finance, Resources, and General Affairs. Dr. Hendrian, SEMSI, Vice Rector for Research, Corporation, and Business. Dr. Ake Wihadanto, SEMT, Secretary of the Board of Trustees. Dr. Merani Harsasi, SEMSI, Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Terbuka. Professor Dewi Artati Patmo Putri, MA, PhD, Head of the Institute for Research and Community Service. Professor Dr. Eti Puji Lestari, SEMSI, Head of the Center for Research and Innovation in Distance Education. Mr. Erno de Corte, founder of P4L US. Dr. Jaka Badranaya, ME, Head of the Entrepreneurship Division, Department of Cooperative and SMEs of South Tangerang City. Andri Gilang Nugraha Ansari, SEMFIN, Director of Import, Directorate General Foreign Trade, Ministry of the Trade of the Republic Indonesia. Professor Dr. Ginta Ginting, MBA, Professor in Management, Universitas Terbuka. Membunga Herlina Oktavianti, Finance Director of PT ISDP Indonesia Ferry. Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob, Dean of the School of Distance Education, University Science, Malaysia. Professor Virginie Vial, Senior Professor at Cage Business School, France. And Ma'am Hannah Karaf, co-founder of Du Anyam and Creology by Du Anyam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our appreciation to our co-host PKN STAN for the valuable cooperation and also support in this making event. And also we would like to extend our gratitude to our sponsor and supporting partners, PT Das Bara Lestari Tbk, and thank you for Das Group. And our appreciation goes to Pop Survey by Populix, an online survey that support academic, business, individual research need by accelerating in collecting qualitative and quantitative data. And also thank you for Kantor Akuntan Publik Doli, Bambang, Sulistianto, Dadang, and Ali, DBSD ANA for their support and contribution. Once again, thank you for all co-hosts and sponsor for being an important part of ISBEST 2026.
A very warm welcome you all to ISBEST 2026. It is our great pleasure to have you with us today as we gather to exchange ideas, share insight, and explore new perspectives on business, economics, entrepreneurship, and sustainable transformation. I am Chandra Murti.
And I am Muhammad Fahri Al-Kahfi. And we will be your master of ceremony for this today event. To begin our program, let us pray together and ask for Allah guidance and blessings. The prayer will be led by Mr. Muhammad Karisma Alam, MBA. Mr. Karisma Alam, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innalhamdulillah na'maduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syurri anfusina was sayyiati a'malina. Man yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa man yudlil fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, segala puja-puji kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Salam dan salawat kami panjatkan kepada Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Allah, atas karunia-Mu kami pada pagi hari ini dapat berkumpul di tempat ini dan bersama orang-orang spesial dalam rangka penyelenggaraan seminar ISBEST yang ke-9. Ya Allah, semoga apa yang kita kerjakan hari ini mendapatkan kemudahan, keberkahan, dan kesuksesan. Ya Allah, berikanlah pahala yang banyak dan jadikan kegiatan dan acara kami ini berguna dan bermanfaat, khususnya bagi kami, universitas kami, pendidikan kami, dan umumnya bagi masyarakat Indonesia. Allahumma la sahla ila ma'ajaltu sahla wa anta taj'alul hasna idza syi'ta sahla. Ya Allah, tidak ada kemudahan kecuali yang Engkau buat mudah, dan Engkau menjadikan kesedihan dan kesulitan jika Engkau kehendaki pasti menjadi mudah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Karisma Alam, and may Allah bless our gathering today.
Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the formal addresses, let us enjoy a special performance.
And this morning, Miss Echa, we
Yeah?
are delighted to present an angklung performance by
Wow.
Angklung TK Ananda Universitas Terbuka. Let's give a warm applause to Angklung TK Ananda Universitas Terbuka.
Oh my God, so cute.
And Miss Echa, this performance is even more special because it will be presented by our young talents from TK Ananda Universitas Terbuka who are approximately 5 to 6 years old.
Wow, it's so cute. It's so young age. Hello. Hi.
And also they are in at such a young age, they have shown their creativity, confidence, and enthusiasm in preserving Indonesian culture through music.
Of course, through the beautiful sounds of angklung, they will remind us that harmony is created when every individual contributes their own unique part, even its young age, right?
Yes, of course. And I think today they will perform a beloved Indonesian children's song entitled Bintang Kejora.
Oh, wow. Hello.
Halo. I think they are ready, Miss Echa.
Can't wait to see the performance.
Yes, of course. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please give your warmest applause and welcome to young performance of Angklung TK Ananda Universitas Terbuka.
a delightful performance. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, we will give a round of applause once again.
I think this performance really got me. You can see my tears drop from my eyes.
It's so mesmerizing, oh my God.
Yes.
Thank you to wonderful young performance of TK Ananda Universitas Terbuka for bringing such a warm and joyful atmosphere to our gathering today.
And once again, let's support them with give a warm applause of TK Ananda Universitas Terbuka.
It's very cute, right?
Yes, of course.
And very talented.
We now come to our first welcome speech. It's our great honor to invite Dr. Mairani Harsasi, SA MSI, Dean of the Faculty of Economy and Business, Universitas Terbuka, to deliver her welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mairani Harsasi, SA MSI.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all of you to the International Seminar on Business, Economics and Social Science and Technology, ISBEST 2026. It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker, Bapak M. Riza Adha Damanik, PhD, Deputy for Entrepreneurship of the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of Republik of Indonesia. Selamat pagi Pak Riza, terima kasih perkenannya untuk hadir pagi hari ini. Bapak Ginda Pandapotan Siregar, SHMA, Assistant Deputy for Entrepreneurial Business Ecosystem, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of Republik of Indonesia. Selamat pagi Pak Ginda. And the Honorable Professor Rahmat Budiman, PhD, Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs of Universitas Terbuka, representing the Rector of Universitas Terbuka. Selamat pagi Pak Warek, terima kasih. To our distinguished speakers, Mr. Andri Gilang Nugraha SAM Fin, Director of Imports, Directorate General of Foreign Trade, Ministry and Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Selamat pagi Pak Andri, terima kasih. Profesor Dr. Ginta Ginting MBA, Profesor in Management, Universitas Terbuka Indonesia. Selamat pagi Bu Ginta, Prof. Ginta. Ibu Bunga Herlina Oktavianti, Finance Director of PT ASDP Indonesia Ferry, Persero. Selamat pagi Ibu Bunga. Profesor Virginie Val, Senior Professor at Cage Business School, France. Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob, Dean of the School of Distance Education University Science Malaysia. Selamat pagi Prof. Zulnaidi. Ibu Hana Keraf, Co-Founder of Du Anyam and Kreologi by Du Anyam. Selamat pagi Ibu Hana. And also our distinguished guest, Dr. Jaka Badranaya, as Head of the Entrepreneurship Division, Department of Cooperatives and SMEs of South Tangerang City, esteemed Vice Rectors, Deans, and Directors of Universitas Terbuka, esteemed academics, researchers, practitioners, policymakers, students, moderators, and all presenters. On behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Terbuka, I warmly welcome all of you to our for joining us today, both here at the Universitas Terbuka Convention Center and also online. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time of significant global change, economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, technological disruptions, and sustainability challenges continue to reshape the way governments, business, and communities operate. At the same time, digital transformation offers new opportunities for innovations, productivity, and also inclusive growth. At the heart of ISBEST 2026 is the theme Navigating Economic Uncertainty, Sustainability, Digital Transformation and Inclusive Growth in a Fragmented Global Economy, reflects both the challenges we face and the opportunities ahead. It encourages us to rethink existing approach and develop innovative, evidence-based solutions that support sustainable development and inclusive prosperity. We are proud that the ISBEST 2026 brings together experts and researchers from Indonesia and many other countries, including through our plenary and parallel presentation sessions. On this occasion, in addition to attending 2 panel discussion sessions, we will also have parallel presentation sessions featuring 130 presenters who will present their papers either in person or online. We hope this discussion will generate valuable insights, new partnerships, and also future collaborations. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our keynote speaker, distinguished panelists, moderator, reviewers, authors, presenters, participants, partners, and especially the entire organizing committee. Your dedication, expertise, and hard work have made ISBEST 2026 possible. May this conference inspire us to work together toward a more sustainable, inclusive, and innovative future. Thank you for being part of ISBEST 2026. I wish you a productive conference and an enjoyable conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And thank you, Dr. Mairani Harsasi, for the warm welcome and inspiring remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to invite Professor Rahmat Budiman, SSM Hum PhD, Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas Terbuka, to deliver his welcome speech. Please welcome Professor Rahmat Budiman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning and welcome to the 9th International Seminar on Business, Economics, Social Science and Technology, or ISBEST 2026. It is both an honor and a privilege for me as Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs of Universitas Terbuka to extend our warmest greetings to our distinguished keynote speaker, Bapak M. Riza Dadamanik, ST, MSc, PhD, IPU, Deputy for Entrepreneurship, Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, and our distinguished guest, Bapak Ginda Pandaputan Siregar, SHMA, Assistant Deputy for Entrepreneurial Business Ecosystem, Bapak Adrian Sutawijaya, SMSE, Vice Rector for Finance, Resources and General Affairs of Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Dr. Hendrian, SAMSE, Vice Rector for Research, Cooperation and Business of Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Dr. Ake Wihadanto, SAMT, Secretary of the Board of Trustees Universitas Terbuka, Ibu Dr. Mairani Harsasi, SMSE, Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Dr. Jaka Bandranaya, MA, Head of the Entrepreneurship Division, Department of Cooperative and SMES of the South Tangerang City, Professor Erno de Corte, Professor Dewi Patmo, PhD, Head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, and our distinguished speakers, Bapak Andri Gilang Nugraha, SA, MFin, Director for Import, Directorate General for Foreign Trade, Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Ginta Ginting, MBA Professor in Management Universitas Terbuka, Ibu Bunga Herlina Oktavianti, Finance Director of PT ISDP Indonesia Ferry, Persero, Professor Virgin Fial, Senior Professor at Cage Business School, France, attending through virtual meeting, Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Jacob, Dean of the School of Distance Education, University Science Malaysia, and Hana Keraf, Ibu Hana Keraf, co-founder of Du Anyam and Kreologi by Du Anyam. Representative of partners of Universitas Terbuka and institution, especially PKN STAN as co-hosts, esteemed academics, researchers, industry leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, students, and all participants joining us both on-site and online. Your presence here is a great privilege for us, and it reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge, innovation, sustainability, and inclusive growth. This year, the theme is navigating economic uncertainty, sustainability, digital transformation, and inclusive growth in a fragmented global economy captures the challenges and opportunities of our time. We live in the era shaped by geopolitical fragmentation, economic volatility, rapid technological advancement, and growing social and environmental concerns. These developments require us to become more adaptive, resilient, and collaborative. As digital transformation accelerates, it offers significant opportunities to improve efficiency, transparency, competitiveness, and access to economic opportunities. However, technological progress must be guided by sustainability and inclusion, ensuring that economic development creates long-term value and benefits all members of society. ISBEST has always been a platform for meaningful exchange where knowledge meets practice and ideas are transformed into action. Throughout this seminar, distinguished experts from government, academia, industry, entrepreneurship will share research, practical insights, and innovative solutions for strengthening economic resilience and promoting sustainable and inclusive growth. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, distinguished speaker, moderator, presenters, organizing committee, partners, and sponsors, and all participants for making this event possible. Your presence demonstrates our shared commitment to building a more sustainable, digitally empowered, and inclusive future. Let us take this opportunity not only to learn from one another, but also to strengthen networks, foster collaboration, and inspire ideas that create meaningful and lasting impact. With that, I officially open the 9th International Seminar on Business, Economics, Social Science and Technology, or ISBEST 2026. May this seminar be insightful, inspiring, and impactful for all of us. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and engaging discussion. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor, for your inspiring message and for officially welcome all of us to ISBEST 2026.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the one of the highlight of today's opening session, the keynote addresses. It's our privilege to welcome Mr. M. Riza Damanik, Deputy for Entrepreneurship of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. M. Riza Damanik.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning for all of you. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Salam. Distinguished Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Dr. Ali Muktianto, dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Profesor Rahmat Budiman, Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs. Terima kasih Pak Rahmat, Prof. Rahmat. Ini kali pertama kami masuk ke dalam Universitas Terbuka dan saya takjub sekali Pak, luar biasa fasilitas yang tersedia dan saya mendengar tadi bagaimana inisiatif-inisiatif yang sedang dilakukan dalam kerangka untuk memperkuat sumber daya manusia Indonesia secara lebih inklusif. Kita berikan aplaus dulu untuk Pak Rektor dan teman-teman. Distinguished Vice Rector for Finance, Resources and General Affairs, Dr. Adrian Sutawijaya. Terima kasih. Distinguished Vice Rector for Research, Cooperation and Business, Dr. Hendrian, SE, MSc. Distinguished Dean of Faculty of Economics and Bisnis, Dr. Meirani Harsasi. Terima kasih Bu atas inisiatifnya mengorganisir ISBEST 2026. Distinguished Head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, Profesor Dr. Dewi Artati Patmo Putri. Terima kasih Bu. Our distinguished speakers, Ibu ya, Andri Gilang, Bapak Andri Gilang Nugraha Ansari, terima kasih Pak. Profesor Dr. Ginta Ginting, Ibu Bunga Herlina Oktavianti, Profesor Virginie Fial, Associate Profesor Dr. Zulnaidi Yakub, dan Ibu Hana Keraf. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya, khusus kepada Profesor Zulnaidi Yakub dari University Science Malaysia. Prof, saya alumni University Science Malaysia. My PhD there on Humanity, School of Humanity. Distinguished academics, researchers, business leaders, government representatives, entrepreneurs, students, and all participants of ISBEST 2026. Pertama saya ingin sampaikan salam hormat dulu nih Prof. Rahmat dari Pak Menteri UMKM Pak Maman Abdurrahman ya, kepada seluruh sivitas akademika Universitas Terbuka yang sedianya beliau akan hadir pada kesempatan ini. Namun ini biasa Prof, ini jelang 17 Agustus ada sejumlah rangkaian kegiatan yang tidak dapat ditinggalkan Dan beliau menyampaikan salam hormat untuk seluruh sivitas dan sekaligus juga mudah-mudahan pembicaraan kami beberapa hari yang lalu atau beberapa waktu yang lalu dengan Pak Hendrian di Bali dalam kerangka untuk memperkuat ya, khususnya kepada adik-adik mahasiswa, kapasitas sumber daya manusia kita untuk berwirausaha akan kita laksanakan dan mudah-mudahan Pak Menteri punya kesempatan untuk nanti bergabung bersama-sama dengan kita. Ini saya harus campur-campur bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris karena saya lihat peserta lebih banyak teman-teman mahasiswa. Kabarnya juga mahasiswanya ada UMKM juga ya Prof ya, betul ya Prof? Ada UMKM juga, mudah-mudahan nanti setelah ini bisa go global produknya, insyaAllah. Amid the slowdown in the global economy, alhamdulillah, Indonesia's economic growth has remained resilient at above 5.2%, just released by BPS. This achievement is inseparable from the contributions of micro, small, and medium enterprises. MSMEs account for the overwhelming majority of business establishment in Indonesia, numbering more than 56 million units. Yeah. So it's quite big populations compare for Vietnam, for example. It's like more than 80 times the populations of Indonesia micro and small medium enterprise. Nevertheless, we must not become complacent. Micro, small, and medium enterprises continue to face significant challenges. There are 4 common challenges. First, I would say the lack of dynamic and up-to-date data, which limits the precision of policy making. This is a real problem that we face in the near time. Limited access to financing due to inadequate financial records and bookkeeping. This is also, there is a gap here. Challenges in obtaining business licenses and certifications. And last, the limited access to market. Because these challenges are interconnected, micro, small, and medium enterprise interventions cannot rely on a single instrument. The government, we in ministry, is addressing these challenges through a range of innovative programs and policies. We therefore need to shift towards a business ecosystems approach that encompasses first mentoring and training, second business formalization and certifications, digitalization and marketing, and financing and capital support. One concrete form of digitalization and market expansion is micro, small, and medium enterprise participation in digital government procurement. Government spending should serve as a catalyst for transactions, standardizations, and sustainable partnership for micro and small medium enterprises. Greater market access must be supported by a financing architecture that reflects the diverse characteristics and readiness levels of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Micro, small, and medium enterprises require different financing instruments based on their viability, readiness, and stage of business growth. Now we have Kredit Usaha Rakyat, the People's Business Credit Program or KUR. This is one of the main instruments for supporting productive and viability businesses that still face collateral constraint. KUR should be positioned as an instrument for enhancing productivity and facilitating business graduations, not just as subsidized loan program. Expanding responsible access to financing requires strong regulatory support and close coordinations with the financial services sector. Affordable and accessible financing must be accompanied by simpler processes, innovative credit assessment, and stronger business readiness. These collaborations require a simple gateway for services and data so that micro, small, and medium enterprise do not have to navigate fragmented programs on their own. Now we have Sapa UMKM. Sapa UMKM is designed to connect services, data, programs, and ecosystem actors through one account and one platform. Bapak Ibu sekalian, khususnya teman-teman mahasiswa, sekarang kita punya platform namanya Sapa UMKM. Insya Allah ini adalah satu-satunya platform yang dikeluarkan oleh pemerintah, dalam hal ini Kementerian UMKM, dalam kerangka untuk memastikan layanan terbaik bisa dirasakan, dinikmati oleh UMKM kita, calon-calon pengusaha, anak-anak muda ya, yang ingin menjadi pengusaha. This integration is then translated into features and services that respond to micro, small, and medium needs through their business journey. Sapa UMKM simplify this journey from business identity and transactions to capability building, market access, and ongoing business support. Jadi ini sangat bagus sekali. Saya berharap ya sekaligus kami ingin mengundang di sini Bapak Ibu sekalian, teman-teman muda, ya teman-teman mahasiswa, calon-calon pengusaha. Kalau Anda ingin jadi pengusaha, kami sarankan untuk awal yang Anda lakukan adalah tentu meminta nasihat sekaligus restu orang tua, ya, supaya sukses bisnisnya. Yang kedua, download Sapa UMKM. Kalau Anda menggunakan iPhone, maka download di Play Store-nya. Kalau Anda menggunakan Android, ya, Android Anda juga sudah bisa download sehingga nantinya Anda bisa register sebagai pengusaha atau bukan pengusaha. Kalau Anda pengusaha, Anda bisa menikmati layanan untuk menjadi pengusaha yang sebenar-benarnya. Anda bisa menikmati akses terhadap pembiayaan langsung melalui ekosistem tersebut. Anda bisa menikmati konsultasi, pelatihan, pendampingan, dan seterusnya melalui program ini. Silakan dimanfaatkan, dan saya sudah membicarakan sebenarnya dengan pada saat pertemuan perguruan-perguruan tinggi yang terkait dengan program studi kewirausahaan agar nanti ini bisa dimasukkan ke dalam kurikulum atau silabus pendidikan kewirausahaan kita supaya teman-teman calon-calon pengusaha ini tidak hanya mendapatkan textbook tapi juga sekaligus bisa mengaplikasikan dan memanfaatkan instrumen yang sudah disiapkan negara dalam kerangka memudahkan usahanya untuk bisa tampil lebih unggul lagi ke depan. One of the most important services for ensuring quality entrepreneurial growth is business incubation. Incubations reduce the risk of business failure by combining needs assessment, capability building, access to networks, and institutional support. We learn from different countries, from some countries in Europe, in US, yeah, how incubation process can reduce the value of micro, small, and medium businesses, especially startup in the beginning level. Kami juga berharap nantinya dari teman-teman di sini kalau sudah punya ide bisnisnya, jangan lupa cari lembaga-lembaga inkubator atau ikuti program-program inkubasi melalui Sapa UMKM supaya nanti resiko gagal usahanya juga bisa di-maintain, bisa dikurangi, bisa ditekan, sehingga nanti Anda bisa lebih mudah dan bisa berhasil dalam bisnisnya. Indonesia already has a strong institutional foundations for scaling up this approach through its national network of business incubator. We have more than 754 all around Indonesia that already register in our ministry. The next challenge, so as a populations, we have a lot incubators. The next challenge is not merely to increase the number of incubators, but to ensure their quality, connectivity, and measurable impact on business growth. This network also serve as an important foundations for implementing Prokesra Productive. This is one of the priority program of the government. We call Prokesra. Prokesra, the program brings together the capability of ministries and governments, agencies, to support the national target of enabling 10 million people to start businesses or secure employment. So our target is 10 million until 2029. This collaboration is further translated into a platform that directly connect micro, small, and medium enterprise with services and business opportunity. We call Bursa Wirausaha Unggulan should serve as a space for addressing businesses' needs and generating transactions, not just as an exhibition. Bapak Ibu sekalian, pemerintah punya program unggulan masuk ke dalam 1 dari 8 program kerja prioritas nasional PKPN yang telah diumumkan oleh Bapak Presiden Prabowo Subianto yang disebut dengan Prokesra. Pak Wakil Rektor Prof. Rahmat, kami senang sekali bila mana bisa bekerja sama dengan Universitas Terbuka dalam kaitan untuk implementasi program Prokesra ini, apalagi kami dengar tadi lebih dari 800.000 mahasiswa ya Prof. Saat ini ya, yang ada di Universitas Terbuka, jumlah yang sangat besar sekali. Sedianya kalau program Prokesra ini kita bisa aplikasikan dalam kerangka untuk memberikan 2 hal Prof. 1, akses terhadap peningkatan kapasitas, dan yang kedua adalah akses terhadap peningkatan aksesibilitas. Peningkatan kapasitas bisa melalui pendidikan, pelatihan, pendampingan, atau inkubasi. Peningkatan aksesibilitas itu terkait dengan aksesnya terhadap pembiayaan, aksesnya terhadap inovasi teknologi, aksesnya terhadap pendampingan untuk peningkatan kualitas produknya, ataupun akses terhadap misalnya digitalisasi atau artificial intelligence. Nah, program-program semacam ini kami yakin sekali kalau memang sudah ada di Universitas Terbuka, kita ikut dengan program tersebut. Tapi bila mana ada hal-hal yang memang dirasa perlu diisi, diperkuat untuk meningkatkan kapasitas, kami senang sekali bisa bekerja sama dengan Universitas Terbuka, dan insya Allah kalau pembicaraan sebelumnya, bila mana ini bisa kita gulirkan, mungkin nanti bisa kita jadikan agenda tahunan dalam kerangka untuk peningkatan kapasitas itu. All these initiatives bring us back to one central conclusion. Micro, small, and medium enterprise resilience can only be built through an ecosystem that work together. When micro, small, and medium enterprise become more productive, formalized, connected, and competitive, Indonesia's national economic resilience will become stronger. Saya kira ini sebagai pesan akhir dari kami, dan mudah-mudahan nanti ini bisa menjadi bagian penting di dalam proses diskusi yang akan dilakukan dalam program yang baik ini, dalam forum yang baik ini, International Seminar on Business, Economics, Social Science, and Technology, ISBEST 2026, dari yang dilaksanakan di Universitas Terbuka. Kami berharap ada kesepahaman dan sekaligus juga kesimpulan-kesimpulan, rekomendasi-rekomendasi yang konkret yang bisa kita manfaatkan dalam kerangka untuk memastikan agar semakin banyak anak-anak muda kita yang bisa lahir menjadi pengusaha-pengusaha baru. Ini yang pertama. Yang kedua, kita berharap tidak hanya ekonomi yang ada hari ini, tapi kita bisa segera melahirkan ekonomi baru, ekonomi masa depan, yang dimana ini bisa menciptakan lapangan pekerjaan yang lebih berkualitas, memberikan nilai ekonomi yang lebih besar, dan sekaligus juga menjaga keberlanjutan lingkungan sebagai nilai-nilai bersama kita. Saya kira demikian yang bisa kami sampaikan. Thank you for your attention, and also we invite you to come and enjoy Indonesia micro, small, and medium enterprise, especially for our friends from different countries to enjoy banyak UMKM, many UMKM here, micro, small, and medium enterprise. Produknya bagus-bagus, tentunya kami berharap nantinya ke depan ini bisa menjadi bagian dari promosi sekaligus juga diplomasi ekonomi kita. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. M. Riza Damanik. May you still on the stage, Mr. Riza? Because we will now proceed with the presentation of the certificate to our keynote speaker. Thank you.
May we invite the Dean of the Faculty of Ekonomi and Bisnis Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Merini Harsasi, to present the certificate to Mr. Riza Damanik.
We would like to thank you for Mr. Riza Damanik for your sharing your valuable insight with us, and we truly appreciate your time and contribution to ISBEST 2026.
And now we invite to our speakers, Vice Rector, and then Secretary of the Board and Trustees to join us at the stage to photo session.
Again, we invite the Vice Rector, Vice Dean of Universitas Terbuka, and also the speakers.
Yes, and Secretary of the Board
to join us to photo session.
and Professor Dewi Padmaarta. Ya, Ibu. Please join us. And then Mr. Erno. Ya, please.
All right, Vice.
Okay.
First picture will be informal
Formal pose. The first.
Let's count. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. And our moderator for today, Mr. Adam Sudaryanto. Okay. We count 1, 2, 3. Spirit pose like this. Yeah. Okay, and then
And again we have UT.
UT pose like this. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Once again, please give a warm applause to all speakers, honorable guests, and the others.
Yeah.
Okay, Mbak Echa, I think we see the excitement of the participants today because we are going to the next agenda. It's panel session, I think.
Yeah, this panel session.
So we will see and also we can hear the speech from our speakers and to enrich our knowledge about the business, technology, and etc. So we have to hear them correctly and also pay attention, fully attention to the speakers today.
Thank you very much. And we invite the Deputy of Entrepreneurship Republik Indonesia, Vice Rector of Universitas Terbuka and Dean Fakulty Ekonomi and Bisnis to accompany the press conference that will be held in front of Universitas Terbuka Convention Center. Mr. Fahri?
Yes.
Yeah,
Ms. Echa.
I need to check the vibe on this morning. Maybe you guys also can give a warm of applause for us today.
Again, please, where is your spirit, guys? And also we want to check the participants who come in online mode.
Yeah?
Can we see them in our screen today? I think there are participants. Hello.
Oh, hello, guys.
So we can see there are participants come from regions in Indonesia.
Yes, many region in Indonesia.
And also there is participants also come from Pakistan, I think.
Yeah.
So, guys, we will continue to our next program and next agenda, Ms. Echa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to our first panel discussion. To guide us through today's discussion, we are pleased to introduce our moderator today. So, our moderator today will be Mr. Muhammad Adam Sudaryanto, SA MBA. Mr. Adam is a lecturer in entrepreneurship study program at Universitas Terbuka. He earned bachelor degree in business management from Universitas Prasetya Mulia and holds a master of business administration from Universitas Gadjah Mada. His research focuses on entrepreneurship and digital marketing, particularly in supporting innovation, business development, and the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprise. In addition to his academic work, he is actively involved in community service initiative that promote sustainable business development and empower local entrepreneurs.
He will lead our distinguished panelists in exploring the theme is advancing sustainable business and finance, strategic perspective for a sustainable global economy. Please welcome Mr. Adam Sudaryanto.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Mrs. Chandra Murthy and Mr. Fahri. I truly appreciate it. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. The Honorable Secretary of the Board of Trustees Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Ake W. Hadanto, SEMT. Good morning. Head of the Institute for Research and Community Service Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Dr. Anda Dewi Artati Patmo Putri, MA PhD. Good morning, Prof. And the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Merani Harsasi, SA MSc. And the Head of Center for Research and Innovation in Distance Education, Profesor Dr. Eti Puji Lestari, SA MSc. Good morning, Prof. Distinguished speakers, respected guests, lecturers, students, and participants joining us online. Hello, online participant, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first panel session of ISBEST 2026. With the theme of this session is Advancing Sustainable Business and Finance. I would like to kindly invite our honorable speakers to take their seats at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Andri Gilang Nugraha. And our second speaker, Professor Dr. Ginta Ginting, MBA. Good morning, Professor. You look so great today. Nice to see you. And our third speaker, Mrs. Bunga Herlina Oktavianti. Good morning, Mrs. Bunga. Okay. Before we begin the session, I would like to inform all participants of the seminar guidelines. Each speaker will be given 20 minutes to deliver your presentation, and we will start with our first speaker, Mr. Andri Gilang Nugraha, followed by second speaker, Professor Dr. Ginta Ginting, and the third speaker, Mrs. Bunga Herlina Oktavianti. And at the end of all presentation, we will have a Q&A session where participants, both on-site and online, are welcome to engage and ask questions. Thank you for your attention, and let us begin with our first speaker. It is my honor to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Andri Gilang Nugraha, S.A. M.Fin, Director of Imports, Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, has served at the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia since 2009, holding various strategic positions in foreign trade, ASEAN cooperation, export development, and import policy. He holds a Master from Finance from the University of New South Wales, Australia, and a bachelor degree in accounting from Universitas Trisakti. We are delighted to have him with us today to share his valuable insight. Without further ado, Mr. Andri Gilang Nugraha, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Universitas Terbuka for inviting me as part of the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia on this very distinguished 9th ISBEST 2026. Distinguished, respected academics, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you the simple perspective from the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia on my presentation today about trade policy and global supply chain, resilience for sustainable economy. First of all, I would like to say that I was invited when I was still in the Director for Export Policy, Ibu, and currently I have a new assignment as an Import Policy Director. As we can see that trade should not be merely as a matter of export and import. Trade should become an engine of resilience. So let me begin with the global trade challenges that we face today. The first one is the global geopolitical tensions. The current international trading environment is becoming more complex, so it's not as simple as we export to one country and we import from another countries. So currently, as we know that the increasing conflict in the Middle East and also between Russia and Ukraine has changed how we trade with other countries. People or countries is becoming more protectionist, and they are trying to protect their market from other countries in order to have a strong trade balance in their economy. Since export is part of the GDP growth, when we count on the GDP numbers, so country tends to increase their export and try to maintain or reduce even their import numbers. But from our side, the Ministry of Trade, we also try to socialize or try to make that import is not a negative term. So import is part of the economy itself. For example, like in Indonesia, we import most of our products as the capital goods, as intermediary products that can create and enhance our industries and even absorb economy and also try to export. At the same time, we also know that the current multilateral trading system is facing challenges. The role and the effectiveness of the World Trade Organizations are being tested, while countries also increasingly responding to global uncertainty. Measures are more becoming scientific reason. For example, like in European Union, they're trying to create more scientific regulations such as carbon-related regulations. They're trying to create more certification and standards in order to protect their internal market. In sectors such as fisheries and blue economy, sustainability and traceability are no longer simply environment issues. So they're increasingly become trade issues. And finally, non-tariff measures are becoming more important. So how can countries remain open to trade while at the same time becoming more resilient? In our view, the answer is not to withdraw from the global trade, but is by building a stronger and more diversified trade ecosystem. Next slide. So as we can see, the world and Indonesia economies and trade outlook based on the trends, even though the world economic growth is flattened, but in Indonesia, we have our total trade reached around 278 billion US dollar, increasing by around 10% compared with the same period of the previous year. Non-oil and gas export reached approximately 134 billion US dollar, increasing almost 5%. And at the same time, the non-oil and gas import reached approximately 115 billion US dollar. So these figures tell us something important. Next slide. In our trade balance, the total good export are projected at approximately 298,000 US dollars, while services export are projected to around 43 billion US dollar. This means the goods and services export together could contribute more than 300 billion to the Indonesian economy. Indonesia has been facing a lot of internal and also external challenges into our economy, and we are facing month-to-month deficit on our trade. But year on year, from January to June, we still have recorded a surplus with our trade. Our biggest trading partners is among others such as United States, India, and also China. So that's what shapes our economy in terms of our trading partners. Most of our exports consist of commodities such as coals, palm oil, and also currently due to our downstream policy, we are trying to export more of our steel products because of the nickel downstream industries, and also our automotive products is also part of currently the global supply chain. So what we want export, they are more diversified, more competitive, higher in value, more sustainable, and more deeply integrated into global value chain. That is why trade policy needs to go beyond traditional export promotion. It needs to be connected with industrial development and also the current trend of digitalizations and also the development of our local business. Next slide. Next slide. So from the Ministry of Trade perspective, there are two sides of the same strategy. First, we must secure our domestic market. Second, we also need to expand our export market. So this is the main programs under the Minister of Trade, Bapak Budi Santoso, main programs in 2026. These two objectives should not be seen as contradictory. A healthy domestic market means that we need to provide a strong foundation for business to grow, and business that become more competitive domestically can then be prepared to compete internationally. We are also encouraging a greater penetration through our export market expansions, through partnership with all the trading partners, mostly in ASEAN or in Southeast Asia, and also we are expanding our trade relationship with our Middle East partners, especially from United Arab Emirates, and also from the American Latin with Peru and Chile, since we just finalizing our free trade agreements with those two countries. And last but not least, I also would like to more deep into our program. The first one is securing the domestic market. By securing our domestic market, Indonesia has a range of trade remedy instruments, such as safeguard measures, anti-dumping duties, countervailing duties, and tariff rate quotas. These instruments are allowed based on our WTO regulations in ensuring our industries having a fair trade with other international business. So we protect our legitimate interests at home, but we also defend our export border. But protection alone is not enough. The other side of resilience is market diversification. Next slide. This is some of the achievement that we had from the Ministry of Trade. We have a program called the National Shopping Program. It was done during the Lebaran day. An increasing number of transactions trend is around 12%. People are buying in our local market, and almost 54.9 trillion rupiah was spent during that time. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, the protection and safeguarding of domestic industries, the first one is the safeguard duty. So once our industry is complaining or having a unfair trade between our import products, then we can impose our safeguard duty and even anti-dumping duty. The objective is not simply to create protection, but also to make sure that we can have a very fair trade between our trade partners. Next slide. This is some kind of the protection policies that we are being implementing among our trading partners. Most of the products is coming from the textile and textile products, steel products, and other, including this complaining from industries. We can get a very important time if we allow a barrier on tariff, for example, like around 3 or 5 years, then our industries then can compete with the import products. Next slide. And on expanding international market access, Indonesia contribute to pursue trade agreements with our trading partners. As I mentioned previously, this includes various bilateral and regional agreements, including comprehensive economic partnership agreement, free trade agreements, and PTA frameworks. Next slide. So the objective is not to simply to sign more agreements. Basically, the objective is to make sure that Indonesian businesses can actually use these agreements. Trade agreements should translate into lower barriers, better market access, greater certainty, stronger competitiveness, and ultimately more opportunities for Indonesian exporters. Next slide. The negotiation completed during the 2025, among others, as I mentioned, Indonesia with Canada, Indonesia with some of ASEAN countries, and also with Indonesia-Iran PTA and Indonesia-Chile FTA. Next slide. So we have been implemented 20 agreements, among others, with ASEAN countries, I mentioned. And also, we are currently under ratification process of 15 agreements, PTA, FTA, and also CEPA. And 11 is under the negotiation process. Next slide. This is some kind of dispute settlement that we've been handling with the World Trade Organizations. Next slide. Okay, so other than defending our markets, we also need to try to do our promotions. Some of the biggest trade promotion that we had this year or last year is the 40th Trade Expo Indonesia. This year will be held on October 14 to 18 in 2026 in ISBEST. We're inviting more than 130 countries, and last year we have around 8,000 buyers coming from mostly from India, Netherlands, Vietnam, Philippines, and China. They're coming here to have a business matching with our local exporter in order to increase our promotion. Next slide. So the last program that our minister is initiating is from local to global, dari lokal untuk global. Next slide. So from local to global initiative is an export acceleration and economic growth. We have a 4 cluster that trying to initiate this program. The first one is UMKM Bisa Export. As mentioned by Pak Deputy himself, that we need to collaborate in order to increase our export. So that's why we have the first cluster as UMKM. The second one is Desa Bisa Export. This is more on thematic that we are trying to target the village products can go global to our respected partners. The third cluster is MSMEs partnerships, and the last one is Campuspreneur. So I think Universitas Terbuka is one of the potential collaborations with Ministry of Trade to have a Campuspreneur program. Next slide. So UMKM Bisa Export Achievement in 2025, there is 26 MSMEs mentors that have been participating in this program. We've been holding 662 business matching. We do it online, so we try to arrange a video conference. We have around 46 trade representatives around the world, so we assign them to find a potential buyer to our MSMEs so they can try to collaborate and find potential transactions and bring them during the Trade Expo Indonesia so they can have a final transaction. Next slide. This is one of the program, Desa Bisa Export, more thematic that we collaborate with Kementerian Desa Tertinggal. Next slide. As I mentioned before, we have 46 trade representatives. Among others is 19 Indonesian Trade Promotion Center and 24 trade attaché, 1 trade council, and 1 in Taiwan, and 1 WTO ambassadors. Next slide. So one of the programs that we have in Ministry of Trade is internship at ITPC offices. So we invite students and even university students, if they want to try to find or export your products, our ITPC offices is open for internship program, and we can collaborate together to enhance our export. Next slide. So I think this is my almost my final slide. So my message about trade as resilience engine, there are at least 4 principles. The first one is sustainability. Sustainability is no longer simply a responsibility, it's increasingly a condition for market access. Therefore, Indonesian businesses need to prepare for higher environmental, quality, and traceability and sustainability standard. The second one, if we're talking about trade, then currently we talk about trade digitalization. Digital technology can now open a new market, reduce our transaction costs, and connect small businesses with international buyers. The third one is about inclusivity. Trade resilience cannot be achieved if the benefits of the trade are concentrated only in large companies or major cities. So that's why we need to support our MSMEs, our village, through Desa Bisa Export, and regions must become part of global value chains. And 4 is a healthy domestic market. We need a strong domestic economic base while continuing to expand international market access. So these 4 elements need to reinforce each other in order to have a trade as a resilient engine. Last one, Indonesia does not only need to export more, but to export products with higher value, higher standards, greater digital integration, and a broader benefits for business actors. So the Ministry of Trade is present to ensure that Indonesia is not only withstands global fragmentation, but also sees the opportunities in a sustainable and digital and inclusive way. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please give applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Andri, for the insightful presentation and sharing the policy and trade perspective on this issue. I think it's a great opportunity for our student to do internship, right, in Ministry of Trade. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to our second speaker. It is my great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Professor Dr. Ginta Ginting, MBA, Professor of Management at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Terbuka. Professor Ginta holds a doctorate in Management Science from Universitas Pajajaran and an MBA from Edith Cowan University in Australia. Her teaching and research cover leadership, entrepreneurship, service management, tourism, risk management, and sustainable business practices. We are truly honored to have Professor Ginta with us today. Professor Ginta, are you ready? The floor is yours. Please give applause.
Good morning everyone.
Good morning, Professor.
Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, terima kasih moderator untuk waktunya. Today I'm going to present a topic on human-centered strategic marketing, driving sustainable competitive advantage through digital intelligence in the era of AI and global uncertainty. As we know that in the AI era and global uncertainty, competitive advantage is no longer just about having the best technology. It is about combining human intelligence and digital intelligence to create real customer value and drive continuous innovation and also paying attention to responsible marketing. There is a new paradigm, it's very simple. AI accelerates, but human leads. Next, please. There are too many in this slide. So fast technology adoption that can create sustainable competitive advantage. BCA combine AI and digital banking with a strong slide sebelumnya ya. Yes. BCA combine AI and digital banking with strong human touch. AI helps BCA provide faster and more personalized services, while branches relationship manager and customer can continue to build trust with the customers. So that AI important, but humans still lead. Starbucks uses AI to understand customer preferences and provide personalized recommendation, but human interaction in the store is still important for creating a warm and meaningful customer experience. So AI makes services faster and smarter, but people with trust, relationship, and loyalty is still important. Now, let's see the slide about marketing outlook 2026. I took this slide from Kartajaya 2026, and then actually today there are very fast changing of customer behavior, and then the changing of customer behaviors actually is a driver from a trigger from four factors like economic, politics, technology, market, and socio-cultural. So that for driving forces, the first force driving is technology, and then government and legal also important. And then another thing that has to be calculated is the middle income. Today our market has a challenge because our middle income is shrinking. And then there are global uncertainty that makes economic volatile. There is a supply chain disruption and political tension. One interesting is that in terms of technology changing is there is agentic AI for automation. It means that AI can make a decision, and then AI perform tasks automatically. Okay, next please. In the side, actually there are 5 forces are creating a new marketing reality. AI makes business smarter, faster through automation, personalization, faster decision making. Global uncertainty like political tension, economic volatility, and supply chain disruption require business more lean and agile. 3, digital information change how business operate, making digital capability necessity. 4, customer expect better value, experience, personalized, like they want to use omnichannel. And then 5, sustainability creates long-term value. Government, investor, customer expect business to integrate ESG, environment, social, and government. Therefore, successful marketing today requires a human-centered strategic marketing approach with human leads, AI accelerates, digital technology enables, and sustainability guides the future. Next, please. And then let's take a look at the evolution of marketing. Marketing continue to adapt with technology and changing customer expectation. It has moved from a product-focused approach to digital data-driven and AI-enabled marketing. So we can see from this side, nowadays marketing has shifting from product focus and then enter to the state that we call customer-centric marketing, digital transformation, data-driven marketing, AI-enabled marketing. One tail 4, it is still related with the technology. However, technology alone is no longer enough to create competitive advantage because AI is becoming accessible to everyone. So the final step is that human-centered strategic marketing, where AI with widespread data insight, but a human provide empathy, provide strategic direction, and ethic. Next, please. Let's go to the deep insight to understand what human-centered strategic marketing is. First, human lead means that human provide direction, AI provide acceleration, marketing create customer value, and then build trust and fairness still also important. And then sustainable growth create long-term growth. The key insight is that humans set the direction, AI advocate execution and marketing create sustainable value. Next, please. I just want to describe about digital intelligence as strategic enabler. This slide highlights 5 elements of digital intelligence. In simple terms, digital intelligence help companies use data and AI to understand customers, predict change, and make better decisions. There are 4 functions of digital intelligence as a strategic enabler: AI, analytic, predictive insight, hyper-personalization means that deliver the right experience to the right customer at the right time. Marketing automation make marketing faster and more efficient. The last is data-driven decisions, help manager more smart in their decision. After exploring how technology and global change are reshaping marketing, this slide shows the strategic marketing framework built. It starts with the importance of combining human digital and intelligent digital. Human digital provide creativity, strategic direction, empathy. In other side, digital intelligence provide speed, data, and insight. And then both combining human and digital intelligence can strengthen strategic marketing and then leading to customer experience. Then provide great innovation and create a competitive advantage, lead to sustainable growth. Slide-nya yang, ya, okay, yes. Okay, how's Indonesia's position as in this case? Actually, Indonesia has a strategic opportunity. Indonesia has a great opportunity to become a strong player in the global digital economy. And it's supported by 6 key strengths. Digital economy create new opportunity to innovation. As we see that digital economy nowadays, we have a value like 100 billion. We can see from the development of e-commerce very rapidly, like shopping, online shopping, and then digital banking, and then QRIS. Nowadays, every day we use QRIS. QRIS means how digital technology has become part of everyday business activities. Another thing is AI adoption. AI adoption is very growing rapidly in banking sector, transportation, e-commerce, company using AI for personalization, customer service. And then MSME's transformations, digital marketplace is very growing rapidly. And then social commerce also growing rapidly. For instance, TikTok use live streaming. And then another thing is the increasing of young population. We have a 280 million population, 70% are young populations. It's around 200 million. It's very huge market actually. And then creative economy. Creative economy, driving creative economy through gaming, e-commerce, music, help local creators reach wider and even global market. Sustainability becoming part of our business strategy. Indonesia from a green product, renewable energy and eco-friendly tourism. So Indonesia already has a market talent, technology and creativity. The key is to connect the strength to create innovation, competitiveness, and sustainable growth. Okay. And then, next slide, please. To succeed in the AI era, organization need to focus on 5 strategic priority. 1, customer intelligence. Know your customer, understand what really they need. Second, AI augmented marketing. Use AI to help people work smart for better decision. And then agile organization, adapt quickly to change. Ecosystem collaboration, work together with stakeholder or partner to grow. Sustainable marketing creates value for not only for business, but also for society and the environment. The message is very simple. Organizations need to understand customer, use AI wisely, stay agile, collaborate, create sustainable. What is the key insight in my topic? The key insights in the AI era and global uncertainty, there are 4 key principles to deliver long-term business. First, human leads. Human provides strategic direction, creativity, and empathy. And then AI accelerate. AI provide faster and smart and efficiency things. And then marketing creates value, turn customer not into value and competitive advantage. And then sustainability create resilience and long-term good. So technology alone is not enough. Success from continuing human leadership, AI capabilities, customer value, and sustainability. So we come to the concluding insight. The future belongs not to organizations with the most advanced technology, but to those that most effectively integrate human intelligence, digital intelligence, and strategic marketing to create sustainable value for customer, society, and future generation. The winner of the future will not be those with the best AI, but those that use AI to empower people, strengthen customer relationship, drive innovation, and create lasting value. This slide is a closing reflection. The future marketing is not about replacing people with AI. It is about empowering people through AI to create sustainable value, stronger competitiveness, and inclusive growth. Terima kasih, sekian pemaparan saya, semoga bermanfaat. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause. Thank you very much, Professor, for your insightful presentations and showing how human-centered strategic marketing and digital intelligence can create sustainable value. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with our third speakers today. It is my pleasure to introduce our third speaker, Mrs. Bunga Herlina Oktavianti, Chief Financial Officer of PT ISDP Indonesia Ferry Persero. She brings extensive leadership experience in banking, corporate transformation, and project management, including senior vice president roles at BRI before joining ISDP. She holds an MBA from Universitas Gadjah Mada, so we are the same alma mater, right? And a bachelor degree in economics and business from Universitas 11 Maret. Also completing short course program from University of New South Wales, Australia, and the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. We are honored to have her share her expertise and professional experience with us today. Mrs. Bunga Herlina Oktavianti, you may begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you,
Sorry.
Mas, for introducing me. Maybe I'm gonna bring another perspective from previous speaker. It's more a lot about business and sustainability, and also the connection to the finance. Usually, when we talk about sustainability, everyone usually associated with only environmental programs, compliance, or corporate responsibility initiatives. Those are still important until today, but I believe that today sustainability not only based on those perspectives, but also fundamentally become a business and financial issues. Across industries, we are witnessing a major shift. Nowadays, investors increasingly evaluate the sustainability risk before they're allocating capital to the company. Customers also increasingly selective about the business they support. Gen Z also always ask about the value and the deliverables outcome of one of the business. If it's bring sustainability, becomes loyalty perspective for the customer. Regulators are also introducing new standard about sustainability, global supply chain, and also nowadays they demanding greater transparency and resilience. As a result, sustainability is no longer an agenda spread from business strategy, but it shapes how companies gonna grow, how companies manage risks, and how they attract investment, and also create a long-term value. From a financial perspective, every capital allocation decision is also a sustainability decision. The project that the company funded, the business that they support, and the innovation that the company invests will shape not only in the financial returns, but also how the future economic resilience grow. The challenge for the business leaders today is no longer whether sustainability matters. The real challenge is how the integration between innovation, responsibility, and growth into a business model that remains competitive and also profitable. Successful organizations are not only the one that treat sustainability as a cost, but also how turn that sustainability into the source of innovation, efficiency, resilience, and a long-term growth. These are the three agendas that I brought. The fourth agenda, I think it's for the other speakers too. First of all, the three key messages that I want to deliver. And the second one is a few case studies, because I'm from ISDP, that we are help business in transportation, ferries and port. I brought the perspective from Norwegian port, how they make a strategic from sustainability into the business that can deliver the profit for their company. And the last one is one case about sustainability linked loan. The business case in Indonesia is one from my previous company in BRI. Next, please. Okay. The first message that I want to deliver is why sustainability is not only reputation management, but it is also a business strategy. Today, the landscape is different. Sustainability now directly affects to access the capital and financing that I previously mentioned, investors, funding. They are now concerned about the ESG and sustainability. Also, the regulatory compliance, OJK also concerned about this. Customer loyalty, the why we have to invest in your company, the why we have to buy your product or services is also a concern. And then the participation in global supply chains, especially in Europe, they are very concerned about the sustainability. Companies that fail to address sustainability risk can face higher financing costs, because when they concern about ESG, sometimes it can decrease the cost of capital that they receive. Operational disruption, digitalization that previously mentioned by the previous speaker, and the weakened competitiveness, because everyone is going digital today. So conversely, organizations that integrate sustainability into their strategy are generally better able to attract investors, to secure their financing, and adapt to market change. Okay, next, please. The second one. This slide is compare how the previous companies look about the ESG. It's only about brand image, how they gonna be a philanthropist, separates from their P&L, and also nice to have reporting that we are concerned about ESG. But nowadays, it can make the company access to capital easier, and then the governance side, they will get the benefit about the regulatory compliance, and also it's gonna be a driver to customer loyalty and the supply chain prerequisite, just like I mentioned. Next, please. Okay, the second message is finance as the driver of sustainability. Like the previous slide, previous companies basically not looking if they want to looking about ESG, especially they jump into the social side. But now the finance department, financial institution is no longer only observe about the sustainability, not only looking at as a cost, but how it can derive another revenue stream for the company. Through lending decision for the investors or investment policies in the company and the capital allocation framework, finance has become one of the strongest driver of the sustainability transformation. Every investment proposal competes for limited capital, limited resources. So the question is no longer about just expected returns, but how the returns is gonna give the long-term revenue, also give the resilience and the risk, mitigate for the company. So for all finance leaders, nowadays they are increasingly evaluate how the climate risk, how the transition risk, how the government standard, also how they can efficiency the resource allocation alongside the traditional financial metrics. So sustainability becomes a real where it can influence where the capital flows, not just to measure the sustainability, but also finance is going to accelerate the sustainability side. Next. Oh, sorry, previous please. The key message, the third one, is that sustainability and growth are not the opposing goals. The initiatives about the energy efficiency, how can impact the business in the terms of reduces operating costs, how digitalization can increase productivity and reduce waste, how sustainability logistic initiatives can get the business impact in terms of lowers fuel consumptions and also operating costs, and product innovation initiative can open a new revenue opportunities for the long-term goals. So the company that will lead the future do not trade off growth against sustainability, but they use the sustainability itself as a growth strategy. The next one is case study for one of port in Rotterdam. They have the initiatives in green transformation of port businesses. They have the investment strategy, how the shore power facilities for better vessels going to more efficient. Hydrogen infrastructure and carbon capture project. Also digital logistics system for operational efficiencies and positioning as the port of choice for shipping companies pursuing low carbon supply chains. What is the key takeaways? That in this case, sustainability investment can strengthen long-term competitiveness, not to undermine the profitability. They have a stronger competitive position, they can increase long-term relevance, and also a greater appeal to investors and international partners. The case study number 2 is, next please, Norwegian ferry electrification. They do the efficiency through sustainability. Several ferry operators in Norway have shifted from conventional diesel power fleets into electric and hybrid electric vessels. 2 days ago, ISDP Indonesian Ferries met with DDMF, one of the newest organization under Danantara and World Bank. And they challenged us, ISDP, how can we shifting our fleet also port into more sustainability operational. For now, in ISDP Indonesian Ferry, we only have 2 ports that we can call it a green port, but we hope, as ISDP very concerned also about ESG, we hope that our fleet or our port getting greater in numbers, which can benefit the efficiency and operational compliance in terms of ESG. In this case, from Norwegian ferry electrification, they can achieve significant reduction in fuel costs. If we do this also in Indonesia, I think we can lower the cost of fuel, the usage of the diesel, so we can more deliver the green business in our country. And then the next result that Norwegian ferry business can achieve is also lower maintenance costs, reduce exposure to fuel price volatility, emission reduction, of course, and measurable economic returns from sustainability investments. The key takeaways is sustainability initiatives is strongest when environment and financial benefit reinforce one and another. So these 2 are concrete examples of how sustainability creating operational efficiencies, not just only merely adding a cost to the company. Next, please. And the third one, once in my previous company, we have this kind of linked loan to the company that concerned about the ESG, social especially, because they were concerned about the SMEs businesses, so it's very close to them. But I linked it with a transportation company. So how it works if a funding company like a bank or financial institution on bank that giving lending to the company, if a ferry operator like SDP can obtain financing where the interest margin gonna decrease if we can achieve their targeted in ESG terms, such as if we can provide how reduction in carbon, how we can increase share of renewable energy use, how we can improve energy efficiency per voyage, or how we improve safety performance, they will give us an benefit like reducing rate of loan. So how this financial incentive and sustainability goals actually very aligned, and the company gonna reward it with a several improvement in the operational side or the efficiency in cost of capital. The last one, I think. Yes, this is still connected with the previous one, I think. How the benefit for ship operators and how the benefit for ports if we are concerned about the sustainability. Next, please. I think it's the last quote that I will read. Sustainability should not be viewed as a separate agenda from the finance or business itself, but it is increasingly becoming the framework through which organization gonna manage risk, allocate their capital, drive innovation, and create a long-term value. So the winner for the next decade will transform this sustainability concern into competitive advantage and profitable goals. I think that's all from me. Thank you for the time, and I think we will continue to the discussion. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bunga, for your insightful presentation and bringing the corporate finance and the implementations perspective to our discussion today. So, ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent series for our speakers today. Please give a warm round of applause to all our speakers. And we move to the discussion and Q&A sessions. Participant in this room, you can just raise your hand first. And for those joining online, please write your question in the chat box. I will be taking several questions from the participant. Okay, from the participant on site, 1, 2, and 3 questions. The first at the back. Yeah. Okay. So, because the limitation of time, maybe we will have every question for every speakers for today. Okay? So we have our students attending this agenda today. Okay? Yeah? Microphones? Okay. Yeah? Good morning, sir.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would say good morning for all speaker, the great speaker. My name is Ahmad Firdiansyah. I'm representing doctoral management science student from Open University. And my question delivered to Mr. Andri from Minister of Trade. When we talk about trade, yeah, I agree with your opinion because securing the local economy, yeah, is important to our country, yeah. But we must not forget that export are the key of indicator of national economic growth, yeah. So I want to know what is your perspective, yeah, in export, especially from Ministry of Trade, yeah, because now, yeah, we are disrupted by the threat of Trump's policy, yeah, which disregard or disobey WTO rules. Yeah. So my question is, what the strategies of the Ministry of Trade adopting to ensure Indonesia succeeds in trade negotiation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad, one of our doctoral student from Universitas Terbuka. Thank you for your questions. Okay, the first questions is for you. You can satu-satu. You can directly.
Baik, thank you very much, Pak Rahmat, on your questions, and hopefully you succeed on your doctoral program. On your questions regard to the perspective from the Ministry of Trade on how we can increase our exports in terms of, there is a lot of challenges, in particular the Trump policy, which increased their tariff rates among other countries. And the first perspective from my point of view is Indonesia currently have a lot of trade negotiation, Pak, in order to diversify our market orientations. We, as I mentioned in my previous slide, we have around more than 20 trade, economic trade and also comprehensive economic partnership agreement. So we're not only focusing on America, even though we understand that United States is our around top 3 biggest market, and also we have a very big trade surplus with United States. But after Trump imposing the tariff, in particular on the reciprocal tariff to Indonesia, we currently facing around 10%. So we compete with other ASEAN markets such as Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines. So that's why we diversified our market, and we have a trade promotion not only to the United States, but also we focus currently on the Middle East countries and also into the Latin America. We also try to have an engagement with Mexico. So we try to have a trade negotiation with Mexico as part of the global hub to enter also to the United States market. So I think the important key is by diversifying our export market, not only depending on the one country. Thank you very much, Pak Rahmat.
Okay, give applause. Thank you very much for your comments and for your response. So the Trump policy is affecting a lot of countries and also Indonesia. Okay, thank you. And we move to another questions. You can raise your hand. Questions for Professor Ginta or Miss Bunga. Okay, the one. The committee, you can help to give. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, my name is Solihatul from 5 semester student management Open Universitas Terbuka Jakarta. May I ask question to Bapak Andri Gilang Nugraha, SEM Fin. Based on your experience, what are the biggest challenges faced by Indonesia micro, small, medium, and enterprises in using digital platform to enter international market, and what strategies to support solve their priorities, overcome these challenges, and become more competitive in international market? Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your question. So you have one more questions.
Terima kasih Mbak Sari on your questions, very good questions on the challenges of MSMEs in terms of the digital market, on how they can cope these challenges, and how can government support these challenges. So basically, MSMEs, as mentioned by Pak Deputy in his speech, they have a lot of challenges, in particular on the financing, on how they know about the market itself. So currently, as I mentioned in Ministry of Trade, one of our program is to help MSMEs visa export. So we try to, to curate their products, give them more information on how they can have a better packaging products and can be exported. And also we provide them with information on how they can enter the market. So for example, if MSMEs have some kind of chilies products, sambal products, you cannot sell to all the countries. It depends on how they can taste your products. For example, for chili products, maybe you can sell or export to Malaysia that have the same culture with Indonesia, but you cannot sell it, let's say, to countries that don't like spicy products. It's also some of the example that if we say about batik product, most of our export of batik products mostly to Southeast Asia, but they're not wearing batik shirt every day like in Indonesia. We wearing like from Monday to Sunday, ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Even Friday we have batik shirt program from the government. We use batik mostly for every Friday. So that's why we need to know the market itself. So that's what we try to inform our MSMEs. And also we have a program that can do a business matching for our MSMEs by connecting with global buyers. So they can have more information on how they can approach the buyer. They will understand on how they can calculate how much actually they can sell the products to export by calculating their costs, their logistic costs and everything. So the first thing that we need to enhance or our support to the MSMEs in order to have understanding by having not only by understanding selling their products to the digital market, but also to ensure that they have a very competitive products and the market can absorb their products. I think, hope it's can clearly answer your question, Ibu Sari. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andri. And at Universitas Terbuka, we also have a Peluru program, so the student can learn outside the campus. We have a partners, the name is Sekolah Ekspor. So the student learn about 6 months at Sekolah Ekspor and try to start a startup. Okay, and then we move to this next question. The questions, you. And who you will give the question?
Okay.
Question what for?
I'm addressing to Professor Ginta Ginting.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That's a very wonderful and insightful presentation for all of speaker. And I would like to address my question to Professor Ginta Ginting. And my name Muhammad Al Farouk Abdullah. I'm a doctoral student from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And I want to ask about, you mentioned about that human-centered strategic marketing. Human should lead while AI accelerate the process. However, as companies increasingly rely on AI data, predict customers' behavior, personalized marketing decision, so how can manager ensure that human judgment and empathy remain genuine central? Rather than simply validating decision already made by AI. For the example, Professor, an AI system may recommend targeting customers who are experiencing financial difficulties because the data shows that they are more likely to respond to certain loan or promotional offers. Also, this strategy may be effective in terms of conversion, of course, but it could also exploit consumer vulnerability. So in such a situation, what practical principles or decision-making framework should manager use to balance business performance, human empathy, and ethical responsibility? Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
You can answer the questions.
Actually, thank you for the question. Actually, that
human-centered strategic marketing means that we have to combine between human intelligence and digital intelligence. And then, as we know that AI disruption we cannot avoid with AI development. Nowadays, AI to be as we call agentic. Yeah, in China there is a dark light factory, means that there is no one in the factory, only one satpam gitu ya, satpam masih satpam. Everything's managed by machine. But in China now already has successfully in implementing AI in every business activities. But why China? Yeah, we can call why China fail to develop their market, because although they already have a good quality product, but one the important things that China's product missing is how to develop service to the customer. So why? Yeah, we still need AI, but human touch is still important. And then human is very important because we have, in my slide, I described that human have empathy, creativity, etc. And then AI, as we can say that the AI as a tool, so human can manage those AI for their purposes. You know what? You get my point. AI is still important, but human more important because they can develop, because they can manage AI properly. In Indonesia situation, businessman, pelaku bisnis already use AI in their activities in order to speed to improve their productivity, to be more efficient, etc., etc. But what that AI not can can do is that if in terms of service, providing service to the customer, customer need personalization, customers still need a warm welcome, customers still need a good relationship. So that's why in human-centered strategic marketing, we have to combine human intelligence and AI intelligence to drive innovation and to create value experience. It is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your answer. That we must combine the human intelligence and AI. Okay, and then for the last question, we have a question to Mrs. Bunga. You can raise your hand. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Dr. Maya. Yeah, Dr. Maya is the head of entrepreneurship study program. My boss actually.
Thank you very much. My name is Maya Maria from the study program of entrepreneurship. My question is for Professor Kinta. Excuse me, Prof. Kinta, as we know, building a sustainable competitive advantage is not easy to the rapidly changing business environment. Yes, I have two questions about it. First, how can businesses, especially MSMEs, survive and remain competitive in this situation? And number two, second, Do you think the Indonesian's market is still attractive and offers promising business opportunities? If so, which sectors have the greatest potentials? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Maya. As answer your first question, how MSME can survive with the AI disruption? Actually, with the technology transformation and then AI, etc. Micro, medium, small enterprise, they have a very big opportunity because technology, they can widen their market. What Bapak Nugraha said that tadi Bapak bilang dari desa bisa ekspor, itu kan that is a very interesting. This is because of technology. We have a very big digital economy. We have a very big young population actually, and then we have already a creative economy. Those three things actually make medium small enterprises can improve their performance. And then the second, what is the second question? What is the second question? Bu Maya, apa tadi pertanyaan kedua, Bu Maya?
Do you think the Indonesian market is still potential, is still attractive and offers promising business opportunities?
Yes, of course.
Which sectors?
Yes, I already stated in my slide. We know we have it's about 270 million population, 70% young population, means that we have it's around 200 million young population, Gen Z, Gen millennial. It is very big, huge market. So that although nowadays businessmen faced with little bit difficult situation to run their business, but those big of market is give a very big opportunity, so that just maybe for businessmen stay and doing business in Indonesia, because we have a very big population, big market, and then in the future those kind of the young people or others, what we call it, economic digital transformation, like e-commerce, etc., is very growing rapidly. So that those combined with the young population, digital, economic creative, they can provide a really big opportunity for businessmen to stay here, not to go abroad. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And then we maybe have the last question. Okay, the committee, you can give the microphone.
Yes. Okay, thank you. My name is Ria Nindya Widyaningsi. I'm a lecturer from Public Financial Accounting Study Program. My question to Ms. Bunga Herlina. Okay, Miss, from your experience as Finance Director at PT ISDP Indonesia Ferry Persero, my question is, how does ISDP integrate sustainability consideration into its financial strategies and investment decisions? Investment decision will maintaining financial performance and long-term business growth? And what role do you see finance leaders playing in advising sustainable business in the global economy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ria, for your question. Mrs. Bunga, you can answer directly.
Thank you. One question is but very long to answer. From the first day that I joined the SDP, the company itself has very concerned about the ESG. Because in the social terms, especially, ISDP already serve the nation, especially in 3T, terluar, terjauh, tidak terjangkau, susah jangkauannya. We serve the East Indonesian area, especially because we have the penugasan from government to maritime connectivity, especially in east of Indonesia. So in the terms of social, ISDP already concerned about those terms. But in the governance terms and the environment is still going through until today. If you were asking about what are the finance role, we have to make it balance between the P&L, how we can deliver profit in our company, but also concern about the ESG concern. So every investment decision that we make, we have to make it how we have the metrics to make it prioritization about the capital expenditures in the company, so it can deliver not only the social value that we have to deliver to the country, to the nation, but also that decision also giving back in return in a long term and still can provide profitability into the company. One of the example that my slide already mentioned, if we want to get the lending from the bank or financial institution, we try to connect those two. So we want the lending and the funding for the investment, and we try to get the funder or the investors or the lenders that also concerns not only the numbers but also the ESG concern. If we can meet those lenders, we can get the discount in rate, so we can get the better profit because they calculate our ESG concern in their risk management. So I think that's one of our role in finance, how we can connect the ESG concerns and the profitability and the business side. And the second one, if you ask about how the role about the finance leader, I think nowadays finance leaders not only concerned about the numbers in the paper, how we can calculate in the Excel, but also how we can manage between the financial terms, those numbers, ratios, etc., but also how that we can manage risk in operation, in technical, in HR even, and how that risk, how that compliance, how that ESG concerns can relate to the numbers that we have to calculate at the end of the day. I think that's my answer.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer, Mrs. Bunga. Okay, everyone, as we come to the end of this panel session, allow me to briefly summarize our discussion. We have a lot of new insight today, and a key message we can take away today is the first from Mr. Andri, that Ministry of Trade support high value export, right? and support students to learn more about exporting business and can make a business from local to global. And from Professor Ginta, that humans set the directions, AI accelerates the executions, and marketing creates sustainability value. And last from Mrs. Bunga Herlina, demonstrated that sustainability is no longer separate from business and finance, right? And sustainability can be competitive advantages for business. Thank you for all our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insight today. And please give a round of applause to our speakers today. Thank you very much for all of the speakers. Finally, I would like to return the session to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adam Sudarianto. And once again, give a round of applause for our speakers, amazing speakers today. We will now proceed with the presentation of certificate to our distinguished panelists. May we invite Dr. Zainur Hidayah, Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of the Faculty of Economic and Business, to present the certificate to our speakers.
The first certificate will go to Mr. Andri Gilang Nugraha from Director of Imports and Directorate General of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. And the second certificate will go to Professor Dr. Ginta Ginting MBA, the professor at Management Study Program at Universitas Terbuka. And the last certificate will be given to Bunga Herliani Oktavianti, Finance Director of PT ISBEST Indonesia Ferry.
Thank you very much. We are gonna take a photo session first. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for all the speakers and Dr. Zainur, and thank you for the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break for the coffee break, I think. So please take this opportunity to refresh ourselves and perhaps exchange our ideas and thoughts to the fellow participants.
We will resume the program at 11:15 EM. So please kindly return to the venue on the time. Enjoy your coffee break.
And see you soon.
See you.
We may invite you guys to come back to the UTCC because our agenda will be continue as soon as possible.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
And we hope everyone is refreshed and also ready for our second panel discussion. Our next session is entitled Navigating Uncertainty Through Entrepreneurship Strategy Perspective from Global Entrepreneurs. And our discussion will be moderated by Mr. Muhammad Adam Sudaryanto SAMBA again. And we will welcome him again. And please give a round of applause to Mr. Adam Sudaryanto SAMBA.
Yes. Thank you very much for MC for allowing me. Welcome back, distinguished speaker, respected guests and lecturer, student and participant joining us online. So we are moving to the second session, second panel session, and the last session of ISBEST 2026 with the theme of entrepreneurship. This theme is very interesting for me, especially as a lecturer from entrepreneurship study program, and for all of students that want to be a successful entrepreneurs. I would like to kindly invite our honorable speakers to take their seats at the front. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob. And our second speaker, Mrs. Hana Keraf. And our speaker, Professor Virginie Vial, who is joining us online. Hello, Professor. Are you ready? Can you hear us? Hi. Hi, Professor. Nice to see you. Good morning. Before we begin the session, I would like to remind all participants of seminar guidelines. Each speaker will be given 20 minutes to deliver their presentation. We will begin with our first speaker, Professor Virginie Vial, followed by second speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob, and the third speaker, Mrs. Hana Keraf. And at the end of our presentation, we have a Q&A session, and all of participants can ask a question directly by raising your hand and typing in the chat box. Thank you for your attention, and let us begin with our first speaker. It is my honor to introduce our first speaker, Professor Virginie Vial, who is joining us online from France. She is a senior professor at Cage Business School and also the head of strategy, entrepreneurship, and CSR department. She holds a PhD in economic history from the London School of Economics. Her teaching and research cover social and sustainable entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship, corporate social responsibility, business ethics, and economic development. We are truly honored that Professor Virginie Vial is joining us today to share her insight. Without further ado, Professor Virginie Vial, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Selamat pagi semuanya.
Selamat
Good
pagi.
morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor.
So I think someone is in charge of putting my slides on the screen. And I just want to make sure this is going to happen. Oh, yes, great. Thank you. Thank to Universitas Terbuka and the ISBEST organizing committee for the invitation to join this panel this morning. This panel, which is about navigating uncertainty through entrepreneurship. So I've been spending my entire career working on entrepreneurship, institutions, and studied in particular Indonesian economics. Today I would like to talk about strengthening entrepreneurial resilience through innovation and collaboration. And my central argument is fairly simple. Resilience is not just individual grit of entrepreneurs, but it is co-produced by institutions, by networks, and by the entrepreneurs who all navigate under uncertainty. If we can move to the next slide, please. So let's start with the reframing that matters for every economy around the world, Indonesia included, of course. Uncertainty today is no longer the exception to plan around, and over the past several years, it has become the default operating environment everywhere. I see four sources of it consistently, and none of them are confined to the global south anymore. First, we witness volatility, evolving rule of enforcement, informality, and governance gaps, which are all pressures now visible even in long-established institutional systems. Second, geopolitical and political risk are increasing. Trade tension and tariff shocks, contested elections, shifting alliances, and unfortunately armed conflict are now first-order variable in business planning worldwide. Not anymore a background noise confined to any one region. Third, we have witnessed several macroeconomic over the last decades, the crisis in 97-98, global financial crisis in 2008, the COVID-19 crisis, and increasingly climate exposure. Fourth, we are facing also resource scarcity worldwide, and not just natural resources, but also constrained access to finance, to formal network, and to institutional support. And it intensifies during periods of global realignment, such as the one we are witnessing today. So this panel asks how entrepreneur navigates uncertainty. And my answer, built from research, 20 years of research in the area, is that they do it through three interacting mechanisms. Institutions first, innovation, and then collaboration. So I'll walk through each of these with evidence collected over the years, primarily from Indonesia, but also complemented comparative purposes with findings I had for Europe and in France in particular. If we can move to the next slide, please. So I chose Indonesia as the empirical anchor in my work because it's one of the largest economies in Southeast Asia, and it's a very large country. And what's particularly interesting is that the MSME sector is really huge and represents a lot of the national workforce, which is actually symptomatic of a lot of countries in the world, showing that these MSMEs are really important for the global economy at large. And these particular MSMEs are very interesting to look at when we talk about entrepreneurial resilience. So the Indonesian evidence I'll draw on today comes mostly from two databases, from data and also from the IFLS data, which is a subsection of national collected data in Indonesian. And so where it will be relevant, I will also bring in comparative evidence from Europe and France, because shortly, these dynamics are not confined to any single or region. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the first pillar I would talk about is about institutions, and specifically how entrepreneurs adapt in second-best institutional environment. And so let me be clear at the outset. Institutional quality variation and entrepreneurs' adaptive response to it are not unique to any one region. They appear to varying degrees in every economy. So the Indonesian evidence simply lets us measure the mechanism with unusual precision because of the quality of the data available. So what I had been looking at was the Baumol's classic typology dividing entrepreneurship into productive, unproductive, and destructive activity, as if these were fixed types of people. And my work with other colleagues reframed this. Entrepreneurs are not fixed types. They adopt conforming or evasive behaviors, sometimes both at once, only in response to the institutional quality they actually face. So what do I understand by evasive activity? So I'm still on the same slide. What do I understand about evasive activity is, for example, red tape or firm-level bribery, which often function as an adaptive response within the best institutional environment. So that is an important distinction. It is not simply misconduct to be condemned, but it is empirically an adaptation, a resilience-seeking strategy under constraint, and it carries real costs. So what we show in our work, for example, is that bribing mediates the relationship between local institutional quality and new business density. So where institutional quality is more constrained, evasive behavior partially substitutes for missing formal protection. And that substitution shapes who enters the market and who survives. So to carry on this idea, so let me go further into this theoretical question, which is about the Schumpeterian creative destruction. This led us to ask the question whether all creative destruction is really always creative, even in the second-best institutional settings. So in a very recent piece of work I'm working on, I extend the usual Schumpeterian creative destruction growth model to include evasive entrance and institutional quality parameters. And the result is intuitive once stated. Under strong institution, the turnover of firms is driven by genuine productivity. So creative destruction operates roughly as theorized. But in institutional settings, which are the settings that most countries face, turnover can be driven by evasive entry rather than productivity gains. So firm exits and enter, and the churn numbers look the same, but it is destruction without creation. So what it means is that the fact that companies enter the market does not necessarily translate into growth if institutions are of low quality. So the context and institutional quality are very important in terms of productivity gains and the quality of innovation. So we can move on to the next slide. So the sixth pillar, so the first pillar was about the quality of institution, and the second pillar I would like to look at shifts scale and looks at the firm from a household perspective. So because we've been talking so far about formal entrepreneurship, but we know that in Indonesia in particular, informal entrepreneurship is very important and represents a lot of the enterprises in a country. And they are very important for the life of a household. So in a study worked on with my colleague Julia Anoto, we studied the returns to micro-entrepreneurship using Indonesia Family Life Survey panel. And the headline finding is that individual financial returns to micro-entrepreneurship are often low. And if you're looking at it from a purely an income maximization, becoming a micro-entrepreneur in Indonesia is frequently not the best choice available. But we argue that it is the wrong lens to use to look at this, because this activity households with livelihoods, and even more than livelihood, a real means to cope with shocks, which is for me very important. Resilience. So this is really a resilience strategy and not a wealth building strategy. So critically, returns are highly heterogeneous across the entrepreneurs' population, but the resilience value is not captured by the average. So innovation at this level of the economy, so at the micro-entrepreneurship level, it looks very different from the Silicon Valley model, of course. It is less about disruptive innovation, but it's more about diversification and risk smoothing under uncertainty, which is very important in terms of resilience, as it is our topic this morning. So if you can move to the next slide, please. So the third pillar, so first pillar institutions, second pillar the household, third pillar is about collaboration. And here I would like to deliberately broaden the geographical lens because collaborative resilience is not an Indonesia-specific story. And my argument is that networks and collaborative structures function in practice as substitutes for missing formal institution or second best formal institution in any economy. So in a work I did a few years back, looking at the business model and business model canvas for social enterprises, we've shown how collaborative, opportunity-driven planning tools get to under-resourced contexts. Wherever formal financing and formal support structure are thin, this is very important. So moving further down this line of work in social entrepreneurship, we looked at the analysis of opportunity identification, which is very important for any entrepreneur. We looked at over almost 3,000 European entrepreneurs. We looked at their life stories, and we show that social ties recurring again and again as a key antecedent of venture creation. So this evidence that collaboration functions as resilience infrastructure well beyond Indonesia. And a concrete and I think quite human illustration of the same dynamic this time comes from my work on French female entrepreneurs, which we call mompreneurs, so the mother entrepreneurs. We studied this network with a colleague of mine. We show that peer-to-peer informal networks among French mother entrepreneurs show how informal collaboration builds resilience for underrepresented entrepreneurs in the absence of formal support structures built for them. And this is where the argument comes full circle back to Indonesia. So in more recent work with Yuli Wayongnitas and Julia Anuto, the role of social networks in entrepreneurial ecosystem, we studied the case of Startup Local in Jakarta. And we studied this mechanism directly at the ecosystem level. So probably a lot of you are familiar with the Startup Local network that connects Jakarta's tech entrepreneurs. And we show how it's a substitute for a missing formal institutional support. The density and the quality of connections between entrepreneurs, informal intermediaries, and early stage capital sources is what allows a shock to be absorbed by one, not to be distributed rather than fatal to the entrepreneur. So taking European, French, and Indonesian evidence, the pattern holds across very different institutional contexts. So collaboration is not a nice to have layer on top of entrepreneurship. It's really a huge part of the infrastructure. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So before I bring these three pillars together, I will underline one important caveat. Resilience in entrepreneurship is not purely structural. Entrepreneurship is inherently an emotional process, closer to a roller coaster than a straight line. And in a work that in the piece that I've written 2 or 3 years ago, and in another one that has just come out in June last year, we argue that affect, passion, and stress management interact directly with institutional networks and institutional and network conditions, institutions, collaboration, and innovation, opportunity, but it is really emotional endurance that carries entrepreneurs through the gap between shocks and adaptation. To the next slide. So if I bring all of this together, institutions, innovation, and collaboration are not independent levers. They interact, and resilience emerges at their intersection. So innovation alone is not sufficient. An entrepreneur can be highly innovative and still fail to build resilience if the institutional environment punishes formal activity, for example, or if no collaborative infrastructure exists to absorb shocks. Resilience emerges where institutional adaptation, collaborative infrastructure, and innovation reinforce one another. So this is the core claim I would like this panel to take from my presentation. If we want to strengthen entrepreneurial resilience as researchers, policymakers, or ecosystem builders, we cannot address these three levers in isolation. So what are the implications? If we can move to the next slide, please. So for policymakers, and I want to acknowledge directly what the Indonesian government has done lately in terms of easing the institutional aspect. Investing in institutional quality directly reduces what I would call the formalization tax on entrepreneurship. So easing institutional mechanism, increasing institutional quality, lowers the cost of choosing a formal, productive, innovative activity over evasive adaptation, which diverts the resources elsewhere where it's not productive. And the latest, as I was saying, institutional advances support that view. Now for ecosystem builders, accelerators, development agencies, formal and informal collaboration networks or resilience infrastructure support. They are very important and they substitute for missing institution when they are absent. And they deserve investment on that basis. They're not just a soft complement to financing. And for the entrepreneurs themselves, diversification, peer networks, and adaptive, not purely disruptive innovation are legitimate, evidence-based resilience strategies. They are not less a substitute for the real innovation narrative we often celebrate. So in context of high uncertainty, they may be the more resilient path. Okay. So let me close where I began. So this panel is about navigating uncertainty through entrepreneurship, and my answer from 2 decades of research grounded largely in Indonesia is this. Resilience is co-produced by institutions, networks, and by the entrepreneurs who navigate all under uncertainty. So it is not purely an individual trait, and it is not delivered by innovation alone. It's really a nationwide teamwork. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Virginie Viel. Give applause. Thank you very much, Professor, for your insightful presentation and giving us international and research-based perspective on entrepreneurship and under uncertainty. Okay, now we move to our second speaker. It is my great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob, the Dean of the School of Distance Education at Universitas Malaysia. He holds a PhD from the University Utara Malaysia, also completing professional training at Swansea University, University of California, Berkeley, and University of Adelaide. He is a researcher in management accounting, entrepreneurship, and small, medium-sized enterprise. We are delighted to have him with us today to share his knowledge. It's good to see you again, Professor. And the floor is yours, Professor.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good morning to everyone and thank you to Adam for inviting me to present my some of my ideas about how do we facing the current environment, which is complex, what we call as a complex world with a lot of things that we cannot imagine. So today we're going to discuss about what is the changes, what are the changes that is now available on the market, and how do we prepare ourselves to face all these changes. Next slide, please. Okay. most of the time we discuss about the target of an economy, including Indonesia, to produce a lot of entrepreneurs. Because we do believe that, I think just like the presentation by the Deputy of Minister, it is very important for a country, for an economy to have a very strong small medium enterprise or entrepreneur. However, what is more important nowadays is not about the number of entrepreneurs or the number of enterprise, but how do we build people who has entrepreneurial capacity. So what is the difference between these two dimensions? First, we are talking about the ideas of promoting and establishing a lot or a big number of entrepreneurs, and I think this has been done in many countries, including Malaysia or Indonesia. And university is one of the main agents when we're talking about the establishment of the new entrepreneur. So we provide a lot of assistance. Just like yesterday, we got competition on business plan because we would like to prepare our young generation to be the future entrepreneurs. So we train them in terms of how do they prepare business plan. We train them in terms of accounting, financing, marketing, as well as the government and also the university provide a plan or roadmap on how we can promote the establishment of new startup. However, what is more important than this is not just by providing a lot of support system, either financial or non-financial, but how do we build capacity among people? It doesn't matter, one day you may become entrepreneur, or maybe you choose not to become entrepreneur. You may choose to become a lecturer, for example. But what is more important here is how to build entrepreneurial capacity in yourself. You can be professional marketer. You can be someone who are working in your own discipline or career. But we would love to see that we would be able to develop. We would be able to develop people with more entrepreneurial capacity. For example, an entrepreneur or person who got entrepreneurial mindset, they would see things differently. Why most other people see possibilities, why most of the people see something as a limitation, but a person with an entrepreneurial mindset, we see this as a possibility. So that's how the difference between not so entrepreneurial person with entrepreneurial mindset. The second one is about when you got the ideas. For example, in university, we train our students to have ideas, present their research project, then also present their business plan in their final year. Also, they do some idea, they have some ideas, then convert the ideas into action research. But not many people would be able to translate this research finding or research discovery into action, where they are able to translate their innovation, their ideas, their product into a marketable product. And we train our students in classroom to make decisions based on the information. But sometimes you may have situations where students may ask you again, I cannot answer this question because the information is incomplete. I cannot do this assignment because the information given was incomplete. But you have to realize, in reality, that's not the situation. In reality, you cannot have everything. Sometimes you do not have everything, but you still need to make decisions. In this situation, what is important is how you're going to mobilize the resources that are available to you for you to be a good decision maker. in learning, for example, it's common in classroom, you will ask your lecturer, hi sir, I cannot answer this question because the information is complete. Can you give me more information about this assignment? But in reality, in your life, sometimes you are in the situation where you have to make decision without incomplete information. So as an entrepreneur, if you would like to be an entrepreneur, you have to train yourself like that. Where you have limited information, but decision is something that very common for entrepreneur. Since you were young, during your school days until university, a lecturer may teach you, please provide a full plan that, how you're going to do this, how you're going to do this. Please provide full plan on how you're going to execute your project, on how you're going to conduct this study, for example. But in reality, you have to be prepared. Not everything will run as your plan. I think that's very common nowadays, something that, so you have to be very flexible. You have to train yourself to be flexible in the situation where your plan, sometimes you have to do some adjustment, not once a year, not 2 times a year, not once a month. Perhaps even in one day, you need to make some adjustment on your plan. For example, today you plan to have a conference like this. You have to get ready. There are contingency event, contingency incident that would be happen. So therefore, the ability to adjust yourself is very important. It's very critical for you to prepare yourself if you would like to be an entrepreneur. I'm not talking about you have to learn accounting, you have to learn finance, you have to learn how to write business proposal, but you yourself need to prepare first. So in reality, in business, nothing is confirmed. So you have to learn how to be a person who are really, able to adjust yourself for the situation that you cannot predict. Okay. So therefore, in slide before, previous slide, okay. So in order for you to build yourself with capacity to be an entrepreneur, there are 3 critical components. One is education, second is mentorship, and the third one is collaboration. You have to be educated in order for you to be a good decision maker. As an entrepreneur, you have no choice, but you have to train yourself to be informed decision maker. In order for you to be well-informed decision maker, then you need to learn. And here, when I'm talking about education here, I do not refer about when, how, or where. I'm not referring to when and where you're going to learn. You can learn, you can get information, you can learn to get new skill and knowledge in university or outside university, offline or online. It doesn't matter. What is important is you have to be a lifelong learner, where you always need to learn new things, new skill, new knowledge, in order for you to equip you to be a good decision maker. Again, as an entrepreneur, please do not wait until you understand all marketing theories. Please do not wait until you understand all accounting information. Please do not wait until you understand all human resource regulation and laws, for example, because we have a limitation, okay? But education is important. What I'm talking here is not about either you have to get, you don't have to get a degree in order to be entrepreneur. You don't have to get S2, S3, PhD, Doctor of Philosophy in order for you to be an entrepreneur. But it is important for you to keep continuing learning. And also, when we talk about education, it's not just about for you to learn. It's also important for you to unlearn. Because when we talk about a very complex environment, some of the skill and knowledge that you have learned previously maybe is no more valid today.
So as a person, it's really important for you to have skill, not only to learn, but to unlearn, especially for those who are now maybe 40s or 50s years old. You have to learn on how to unlearn. In university, we teach you, you learn, we teach you, you learn. But when you go outside, you have to ready to unlearn, because something that you learn in the university maybe is going to be less relevant when you go outside. The second one is about mentorship. You have a teacher, you have a professor, you have a gurus in university, but it's not enough. In order for you to build your capacity as an entrepreneur, you need to have mentor. Who is going to be your mentor? It can be your parents, it can be your sister, it can be your brothers, it can be your professor, it can be someone outside who are already a successful entrepreneur. Mentor is someone going to go in deep and ask yourself for you to understand what is your strength. Here maybe we have about 50 or 100 students. I don't know how many times you stand in front of the mirror and talking to yourself to understand what is your strength and what is your weakness. Sometimes you talk to yourself, what is my strength? A, B, C, you list down all the strength. Then you can talk to your parents. Sometimes your parents know you better than yourself. There are certain things, there is a theory that something that we know, people may don't know. Something that we don't know about ourselves, but people may know about ourselves. So mentor is someone that going to make you understand your strength, your weakness, and for you to use fullest your strength and how you can build yourself to be better by understanding your weakness. So this is the role of mentor, because mentor is not someone to tell you this morning you need to do this, next morning you need to do this. But mentor is someone that help you to understand your capacity, your capability, and when you really understand yourself, you will be able to fly high. The third one is about collaboration. You may not realize that collaborations actually can help you move faster and further. When we talk about collaboration, it can be direct collaboration. For example, if I know you today and you know me today, then we have a direct relationship or collaboration. But no worries, you don't have to make friends with million, with 100 people. That's not what I mean by having good collaboration. Focus on effective and productive collaboration. And if you are not able to create collaboration, you work with people who are good at developing collaboration or network. Okay? So why collaboration is important? Simple. We are not perfect. We do not have everything. We do not master every knowledge. But by having collaboration, you don't have to pay people, you don't have to hire people to do something for you because of the good collaboration. For example, if I have a good collaboration with someone who are really good in marketing or really good in public speaking, then I can ask, can you help me to do this? But in business, when we ask people to help, it doesn't mean that we ask for free. Because the business model actually, we have input, we have process, and we have output. So you should value your input. Sometimes you are lucky. You can get something that actually very valuable, but you can get for free because of a good relationship or collaboration. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay. There is some changes that we need to do in our classroom, and I think you, majority of here as a student, you also need to look at this in order for you to have an impactful learning experience For example, yeah, I think most of the students, they really love, in class when you need to read this and you memorizing all this, and we ask you in the exam the same question where you can just simply write down the concept. I think majority of students, they love this because they don't have to, crack their head to understand further. But what is more important for you to really understand entrepreneurship? Adam is a lecturer in entrepreneurship. So please bring experience to students. Don't just tell them, you have to be a good entrepreneur, you have to do this A, B, C, D, all the theory. But bring experience to our students. Why we need to bring experience? You can bring students to go outside classroom and get experience there. Or you can invite practitioner, businesswoman, businessman to go into class and sharing some experience. Because why? As a human, as a person, we do not learn just by reading. We do not learn just by listening. We learn by doing. So in order for you to be a successful entrepreneur, it's not enough by attending a class of entrepreneurship. But you need to experience yourself. Because why? Because why? People learn through reading, people learn through asking questions, people learn through experience. Okay, so education is not just about telling you what is entrepreneurship, how to be a good entrepreneur, but education teach you how to recognize opportunity that exists around you. The first rule for me, if you would like to become an entrepreneur, you must be able to be a person who are able to recognize opportunity without people telling you the business opportunity is here. Just test yourself. Today or tomorrow, maybe you're going somewhere on holiday. What is in your mind when you see something? For example, if you go into a restaurant and you see a lot of people in that restaurant, what is keep moving in your mind, in your mindset? Do you have any interest to ask about what is their business model? Why many people buying this product? What is so special about their operation? If you have that kind of thinking, when you see a lot of people in a restaurant, then you have some of the characteristics of a good entrepreneur. Thank you.
Please give applause. Thank you very much, Professor. Yeah, one of interesting things that we must bring experience, of entrepreneurship education to students, and student not only just learn but can also unlearn. Okay, thank you very much. We will now continue to our third speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce our third speaker, Mrs. Hana Keraf, co-founder and chief of community development and partnership at Du Anyam and Kreologi. She has more than 12 years of experience leading grassroots programs in local economic development across Eastern Indonesia, particularly is Nusa Tenggara and Papua. Extensive experience in project development, monitoring and evaluation, and livelihood programs supported by strong networks with local government, NGOs, and community leaders. We are honored to have you today. And Mrs. Hana Keraf, you may begin your presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Universitas Terbuka, for having me, the second chance of standing here. Last time was last year. And really glad to be sharing one of my entrepreneurship experience through Du Anyam that has been conducted for we're entering our 12th year this year. So, kindly share okay. So I'm standing here as one of the co-founder of Du Anyam. Du Anyam itself, it's a social enterprise We were founded back in 2014. And just like Professor Zulnaidi mentioned about how we can eye on opportunities, I guess 12 years ago, we started Duanyam back in East Nusa Tenggara, where we spotted problem, but the solution that we chose to tackle the problem is through entrepreneurship. Next slide. So a little bit profile about Duanyam. We are for profit. But we have a social impact model that is embedded in the business model itself. We work with over 1,600 women weavers in East Nusa Tenggara. A little bit of context, East Nusa Tenggara is one of 3 provinces that is with the poverty level that's quite high in Indonesia. And what we do is we directly connect and build the system, the market, the supply chain for the wicker craft product from the weavers to get access to global market, national and also global market as well. We are currently supplying to one of world's biggest furniture retailer. So from East Flores district in East Nusa Tenggara, we are shipping to over 50 countries. And all our wicker craft products that is 100% made by women in home industry level. So we don't own factories, we only own a warehouse and small warehouse as hubs for quality control centers. So we started in 2014 with only around 10 weavers. And now we have grown, becoming one of Indonesia's reliable merchandise or souvenir using palmyra leaf and wicker craft skill that is inherited between women in East Nusa Tenggara especially. But not only in East Nusa Tenggara, I think all around Indonesia itself. And back in 2020, and 2 years ago, we finally, after 10 years, finally shipped our first global container. So it took us 10 years to finally able to supply and fulfill global demand. Next slide, sorry. So the business model that we have is Duanyam is like an aggregator, a consolidator itself. We built the system from the raw material itself all the way through the production, the wicker weaving itself, all the quality control and the system that needed to be built throughout the whole process, and finally how it can be accepted and fulfill what the market demands. So our business is more than 90% fulfilling B2B. That's why we can work with quite a huge number of women, over 1,600. So we don't really do retail. We usually ship from at least around 50 to 100 products per order to what we have now is by containers of the shipment itself. And our products are categorized into corporate gift, fashion. We have also what is currently growing quite big in Indonesia and global market is the home decor section. Next, so I want to discuss a little bit about how it all started in Duanyam. We started with problem. One of the main problem that we want to tackle is that we see women back in 2013-14, we saw that women have, in East Nusa Tenggara especially, they have difficulties in accessing cash. So it's not that they cannot eat, it's not that they don't have roof above their head, it's that they needed cash for purchasing food, nutritional food, they need cash for health, not to pay the health facilities, but paying the transportation that is needed to bring them from their house to the nearest health facility. They needed cash to pay for electricity, cash for paying for education. So it's in the form of cash, and it's also very important the value of cash itself, the nominal, and then also the intensity of the cash flow itself. So that's what we wanted to work with, how we can provide cash and then also in a periodic and consistent timing for the women to actually access. But we have problems, of course. First one is that we work with women. Women have, and unfortunately at the bottom of the pyramid, women have more responsibilities compared to men. The household chores, they also have responsibilities in the field, taking care of the livestock. On top of that, there is traditional ceremonies, there is religious ceremonies, and then also very much varieties of responsibilities of women. So we needed to work with women that is already very busy, already full with workload and responsibilities, but yet they still needed that access towards cash. We also work with, despite Palmyra leaf as our raw material being very abundant in the province, I think this is a very classic problem with Indonesia. We don't have the data of the population of the raw material itself. We see a lot of Palmyra trees all around us, but we don't have the number to actually accept orders based on the availability of the raw material itself. We don't know whether there is 100,000 of Palmyra trees or whether there's 10,000 Palmyra trees that can fulfill global demand specifically. And then the third one is we also have problems with being, all these weavers are very fragmented, very subsistence. They are located in each of their houses. They are located far away from each other, the house itself, and it's very difficult to actually coordinate communication and also payment itself in the villages. We also have problem of being very remote, East Nusa Tenggara, and then that remoteness comes with a very huge cost. From East Flores district shipping to Tanjung Priok, which is Jakarta's biggest port, it costs 3 times more expensive than shipping from Tanjung Priok to Hong Kong. So we also have that problem of the logistic cost. We also have a problem with market demand itself. People are very willing to purchase wicker craft product from Indonesia, but then which market that we can serve at what quantity and quality, what type of design of product that is needed, and what is the terms of payment and so on. And then the last itself is that how can we tackle all these problems with the previous slide, sorry. Yes, and then the last one is how can we look at these problems and still become independently sustainable as a business and run this continuously. So these are the what we see as a problem. So it's not the poverty problem, it's not the gender problem, it's not only the infrastructure problem, but it's a whole system problem. Everything is already existing in the area. Every party in the supply chain is available, but how can a system and a structure actually connect and build each of these existence? Next slide. Then the next question becomes how far do we want to change the community? Do we want to build a whole factory in the area with all the investment that is needed? Or can we actually work around what is already existing? The raw material, the weavers, the story of the wicker craft itself, the existing market that is available out there. And then also on top of that, how the government is actually pushing and supporting and promoting businesses from eastern side of Indonesia itself. So we then get together and then try to think how can we make it work with the community that is already existing, with everything that is already available, and then we can accept the challenge of the global market itself. So we try to build the business model itself on 4 blocks, what we say, like 4 pillars on its own, is that how we can keep it as a community-based production. How can we make sure that we're not taking out the women and adding more burden, but how we can leverage what they already have on a day-to-day basis. We see the second pillar is how we can make sure that there's a quality and then also quantity. So we make sure that we have trainings, capacity building, not only for design to be beautiful, but also we can make trainings and capacity building on how to meet the right consistent quality and then the quantity itself. We also work on building a system on being the aggregator or the consolidator, so we can tackle the logistic issue. For example, we can meet at economic of scale. We make the price is already high for the logistic, but how can we work around it and then make sure that per piece of the logistic cost is actually cheap. And then the last is how we can not reject global market demand, but we can actually build a long-term partnership with potential market. Next slide. First one is that one example that I would like to share is one question that is very classic. A lot of people keep on asking us is that why weaving compared to any other existing skill. Wickercraft weaving is a skill that's inherited, so we don't have to bring additional trainer from outside of the province or outside of Indonesia to actually train the women. It's an existing skill. It's already a capital that we can leverage. The second one is that with that skill comes also years and generations of understanding local existing raw material. So what the skill that they have is already adaptive towards the raw material that is existent. So we don't have to do any more further research and development that actually cost us financial resources. And then the last one is that we also see that women actually have additional time or they can do multitasking. For example, we have women that are health caterers that actually can do weaving while attending to patients at the local health facilities. So this is one of the examples how we as entrepreneurs are being very adaptive. So we adapt with what is already existing and how we can build around it. And the reason why is that we can actually have a huge and strong ownership towards that comes from the women themselves. It's a skill that they own. It's a raw material that comes from their own garden or their own backyard. So it's when we work with them, it's not owned by the company, but the skill and the raw material and the whole concept of weaving itself is owned by the weaver themselves. So we grow together and we adapt together with the community. Then the next is that as a business itself, next slide, as a business ourselves, how can we actually leverage the constraint that is already existing? So rather than only focusing on the remote, the next slide, rather than focusing on how we can actually build and invest in infrastructure, which government has their own plan on developing the infrastructure, we try to build around of the scatteredness of the weavers themselves. We work in over 30 to 35 villages in the area. So we built a system where each village is have their own structure of production, and then each village is led by a coordinator that has a system that we built, communicates with each other, and then has a facilitator that also communicates with us. So by having the system, every time that there comes in a demand, we make sure that information, product, and also money, the three aspects that's very important in supply chain, is being communicated not only one way, but two ways. So one way from our side as a company to the community, and then coming back from the community to to us as a company, and then latest to the buyers. So it's very important to for us to take that 10 years in the beginning of Duanyam to understand building from zero, from small, and it's okay to take time to build a strong infrastructure for this business. We received our first global demand back in 2018. We attended one of Indonesia's, I think Inakraf is one of Southeast Asia largest handicraft exhibition. It's an annual event in Jakarta. And when we attended that as in our booth, one of the global buyer came in and then was asking us a ridiculous huge amount of wickercraft product. But then back in 2018, we weren't ready. We didn't have the system. We knew that we couldn't even ship only one container, let alone one container every week or one container every month from East Flores. So we took our time, we built slowly, but it's a very strong foundation that we already have now. We know that we are working with human resources with limited education. We know that all the data and then information are scattered, but we make sure that every point in our supply chain, there is data that is gathered. Despite some areas are not gathered digitally because of the infrastructure, but we make sure that every point in the supply chain, there is that data that is gathered, and we can make business decision based on data. Next slide. So that's how we build. We make sure. No. Oh yes. That's how we make sure that we have a model that is built around the constraints and then what we could also call limitation. We built our impact model around that, and we'll also make sure that we build a business model around the constraints and the resources that we already have. We make sure that, for example, the capacity building that we built is not only training for the sake of training, but we make sure that every training and capacity building that we make is actually answering a market demand. So we make sure that every woman, every weaver, every male figure in the weaver's household that supplies raw material to us actually understands and receives trainings that is according to what the market demands. And that's how we try to make sure that the social impact, capacity building, and then also we have scholarship program, other like nutritional food program, and so on that is built around the community can actually fulfill what can actually be built according to what the community is, and then at the end of the day we can answer what the market demands. And then next slide. We also, in the beginning, we knew that when we started back in 2014, we knew that we wanted to be big. At that time, social entrepreneurship was quite a hype in Indonesia. Almost everyone around our social perspective is wanting to build a social enterprise, a business that can actually make a good impact. But we knew that answering our very first demand, it was really a lesson learned, and it was a very expensive one. We received our first order back in 2014. One of the main television company in Indonesia ordered over 100 product with the specific blue color. So after we were really happy. The business wasn't even 12 months old, but we already received a demand, quite a huge demand for around 10 to 16 women at that time. But we didn't know that when we put that order with no structure, no system, there came the product, over 100 product came back to us with 99 or 100 different shades of blue. So we couldn't deliver the product. We understood more. We tried to analyze more what was the problem. Was it in the information? Was it in the price? Was it in the scale? Was it in the design of the product? Was it in the timeline of the production itself? What was the problem? So we analyzed really deeply on that first demand, and then we grew, and then we built from that lesson learned. So we grew quite quietly, 2014, and in 2015 we started to enter the hotel amenities business, understanding what type of products is actually demanded and wanted from hotel, the hospitality industry. We received some of the feedback was not about the design of the product, but it was about how communicative we can. So despite building a wickercraft company, but at that time what the feedback that we received from the market was not regarding the design of the product, was not regarding the price, but it was about communication, the lead time delivery, the consistency of the quantity of the product, the consistency of the quality of the product, the color, the size. So it's about building the whole production system. It's not about the aesthetics of the product itself. So from there, we tried to scale up and then build more on the business itself. And we had our first supply chain manager at that time. We tried to understand, okay, so we cannot just produce when the market comes in. We need to forecast what type of demand is out there. What is the trend? And then once we have the trend and what is the demand, how can we forecast the demand, the production itself? And then from there, we also built we built the quality assurance from each village to the district and then all the way to Jakarta before the global market and so on. So that's how we try to build from small all the way to global stage. It took us 10 years before finally shipping our first container back in 2024. And then next one, what we've always wanted when we received our first global demand was that how can we use this global demand as a way for us to scale up and actually get to the next level. It was really painful to actually change and adapt everything inside Duanyam itself. But using that, all the standards, the global standards, lead time, price, and so on, we were able to actually deliver our first container back in 2024. I'll stop there and then probably continue with the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Give applause. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hanakera, for your insightful presentations and sharing to us about your experience about developing communities and MSMEs. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent series of presentation from our distinguished speakers today. So please give applause to all of our speakers to the last panel session. And now we will proceed to the discussion and Q&A session. Participant in this room, you can raise your hand. Okay, we have first participant that raised your hand.
Thank you. I enjoyed all three presentations for different reasons, but yours, the last one, really touched my heart. You have done everything to make it happen, and it's part of what I can see how in the future the Southern Hemisphere, Indonesia, South Africa, South America, will play a more important role than ever before. So this is a perfect example for me of what is going to happen in the next 20, 30 years. We are old and tired in the North. You are going to be youthful, and this was beautiful. That said, I'm a global entrepreneur, and there is one question I have for you when I look at this. You managed to get such a high level of integration into the global market space. Isn't that scary? Because if one of these big suppliers or one of these big customers like IKEA steps away from you, finds it elsewhere, something similar, what is then your position and how can you respond to that? Your dependency on one of these big buyers. That's my concern. Perhaps you have guidance on that.
Okay, thank you, Erno from Netherlands, for your question. To Mrs. Hannah Keraf, you can.
Thank you very much. Allow me to...
Not for you, perhaps, so I want to learn from you.
Yeah. I think it goes back to what we want as entrepreneurs, knowing what we want in order to make the decision, what we think is right for the whole shareholder and stakeholder in the company itself. So when we work with, you used IKEA as the example. So when we started to work with IKEA, we started to research different suppliers in Indonesia to IKEA Global itself. And we understood that there are very varieties of opinion and perspective on how you actually supply to such a big global brand. So for ourselves, we finally decided that what was important, was it the brand itself or was it the people that we built the company around it? So what IKEA brought to us was not only the demand, but IKEA actually grows with us. It took them 2 years to work with us to actually help us and walk hand in hand. So they didn't just put in order and then good luck and we'll wait for the first container, but they walked with us. They helped and supported us build the whole system, all the way in East Nusa Tenggara, all the way in Solar Island, which I assume nobody here even knows where Solar Island is. It's all the way in East Nusa Tenggara. But that's what was important for us, a buyer that actually brings us to world-class level and actually walks with us, built the system. So that's also what we loved about IKEA. Okay. It's not story, it's system. Yeah. We changed really significantly after working with them for years. And then after that is also, we understood that Duanyam was, from the beginning, the brand Duanyam was built for Indonesia. So it wasn't a brand that we wanted to go global. We want the product to go global. We want the impact from the order, the financial impact coming to the women, but the brand itself doesn't have to go global. It's okay to be small in terms of brand, but the impact is almighty, and to have a buyer that actually works with us.
Yeah, I don't want to make this long. You have to realize IKEA, for some of you might not know, is originally from Sweden, but the global headquarters is in the Netherlands, where I was born. And I know them quite well. I've seen them doing many cooperations, and what you just mentioned, it makes them, let's say, a social responsible company as well. I think that is something to be recognized. It's not all of them are like that, but I think you have benefited from that. They work from long-term relationships, and now we go back to the first speaker and to the second speaker as well. It's about collaborations, it's about community, it's about connecting people. So my applause to all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give applause, participant. Now we move to other participant that want to ask question. You can raise your hand. Or the committee, you can check on the Zoom, maybe. Yeah. So, Professor, that your material, your presentations, give me ideas as young lecturers, as entrepreneurship lecturers, that we don't only give theory, but also practice. And I have a question for you. What is your idea or suggestion for us as a long distance university, distance university, to give experience of entrepreneurship to our students across Indonesia and all the world? Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. There are many possibilities to be explored. It depends to, you have to check first, the learner, the students, the capacity, the capability. As a lecturer, I think we have to understand them first. Either they have, they have basic understanding, they have advanced understanding about business, and also their interest to be an entrepreneur. Sometimes people choose to study entrepreneurship, but they do not have any intention to be entrepreneur. They perhaps intend to work for other people, and because some people, they think entrepreneurship is associated with a lot of money. This is something that we have to make students understand first. Entrepreneur is about is a great problem solver. Entrepreneur see the problems and love the problem. If you would like to be an entrepreneur but you do not love problem, please do not be an entrepreneur. Because problem in business is like a breakfast. You have it every day, right? The problem exists every day. So if you don't like the problem, don't learn to be entrepreneur. Don't have ambition to be entrepreneur. But if you love problem, you really love to have a problem, then you love to solve the problem. Not all people are able to find ways on how to solve problem creatively, innovatively, and also with professionally, perhaps, or how to solve the problem. You know, you looks like you cool, but then actually your mind is moving, right? Thinking about this problem, how to solve this problem. So, students, when they attend class to learn entrepreneurship, is about how to equip them with knowledge and skill.
But again, the real knowledge and real skill is on the side. So as a lecturer, to me, we prepare them to face the challenges outside. But they have to be on their own to survive. For example, I have experience involved in train future entrepreneur. Some of them with a very great results in university, but only few continue and stay doing the business. The rest perhaps now they are working with big companies. When I ask them why you not continue your business, the simple, because they do not have big why they start a business. They do not understand. They do not have the big why you start a business. Until you have the big why, then you will be persistent. So as a lecturer, again, ask your student, if you would like to be a business, what is your big why? It's not for you, perhaps for the community. Entrepreneur is not politician. So you really act to solve problem. You do not just talk, and teach them. You be part of the community. You be part of the problem. Then you would like to find ways on how to solve the problem. And entrepreneur, you need to have a long vision, long-term vision. You solve the problem, another problem will exist. So you solve again the problem, then until, again, it's just like a breakfast. You have a problem every day. There's some problem created internally, some problem within your control, beyond your control, but even the problem is beyond your control, you still need to learn how to try as good as possible to control something that beyond control. You cannot just, this one beyond control, so let it happen. So you still need to find ways on how to solve the problem. So train your student to be a good problem solver, and train your student to be someone who loves to play with the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give applause, everyone. What a great insight today we have from all of our three speakers. Because the limitation of time, maybe we come to the end of these panel sessions. Allow me to briefly summarize our discussion today. The first speaker, Professor Virginie Vial, reminded us that entrepreneurial resilience is co-produced by institutions, innovations, collaborations, and the emotional endurance of entrepreneurs. And from Associate Professor Dr. Zulnedi Yaakob, invited us to look beyond the business plan and focus on entrepreneurial capacity. And Mrs. Hana Garaf gave us idea about business and social entrepreneurship. Thank you for all distinguished speakers for sharing your knowledge, experience, and perspective. And thank you for all participants for your engagement. And please give applause to everyone. Finally, I would like to return the session to Master of the Ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Adam, and all the speakers. And now we proceed with the presentation of the certificate to our distinguished speakers and moderator. We kindly invite the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Ekonomi and Bisnis Universitas Terbuka, Ma'am Olivia Idrus, SE, MSc. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much to Associate Professor Dr. Zulnedi Yaakob from Universitas Sains Malaysia. Thank you for your insightful Okay, and we say very thank you to Miss Hannah Karaf, co-founder of Du Anyam and Kreology by Du Anyam. Thank you very much for inspiring insight. And also, we very thank you to Mr. Adam Sudaryanto as moderator today, lecturer of entrepreneurship study program Universitas Terbuka.
Ma'am.
And last but not least, we're gonna give appreciate to Professor Virginie Vial, senior professor at Cage Business School, France.
And we would like to invite the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Terbuka to come forward to the stage, and also the honored guest, Mr. Erno. Could you please come to the stage and take the photo together?
And the Dean Faculty of Economic and Business. We're gonna take picture together. And also Vice Dean Dr. Zainur Hidayah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, formal pose. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for all the speakers, to the Dean and Vice Dean and also Mr. Erno.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to the speakers of the ISBEST 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of our plenary session. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our appreciation to all the speakers, moderators, partners, and participants for making this session so meaningful.
And dear participants, after this we will have a lunch break, and we provide all of you guys in the back of the UTCC. You can have a lunch there, and we will have a break from now until 13:20. And following the lunch break, the program will continue with the parallel session taking place in both online and offline mode.
Enjoy your lunch, have a pleasant break. We look forward to you back at 1:20 p.m. See you and thank you.
See you, have a nice lunch.
Bapak dan Ibu, kami juga
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you have enjoyed the parallel session and the valuable exchange of ideas throughout today's program. To continue our event, let us take a moment to look back at the moment of memorables from COP-C and COBISMA.
See you at the 9th COP-C 2027.
All right, thank you very much. What a wonderful collection moment.
And now we arrive at a special moment of today's event, the announcements and awards. This is a moment to recognize the achievements, contributions, and excellence of our participants.
All right, we begin from COP-C 2026 winner. The third position, congratulations Alvin Dwi Novemianto and Sigit Bayu Cahyanto from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And the second position, congratulations Tabita Dafu Aurelia Nugroho from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. And the first winner, congratulations Lasando Lumban Gaul from Universitas Terbuka. And last but not least, favorite winner, congratulations Ubaid Mansur from Bulukumba Regency.
All right, we are going to announce the winner for COBISMA. The third winner, Eco Vision Team from Universitas Terbuka under the title Eco Stitch Sustainable Fashion from Recycled Fabric Waste. The second winner from Berdikari Team Universitas Erlangga under the title Refish Feed, a sustainable fish feed innovation based on the circular economy of today's waste. And we are going to announce the first winner of Kobisma. Congratulations to LSME Team Universitas Brawijaya under the title SNAP Smart Nutrition Ecosystem for Preventing Childhood Obesity and Promoting Sustainability Healthy Eating Habits.
Congratulations for all the winner. All right, we're gonna move to the winner of ISBEST 2026. The best paper, the third position, Imam Nur Hakim, Joni Prawira, Delianti Ganesa, Andri Sulistiawan, Rizky Nureza Alsal, Cornelia Tantri Wijayani Yang Tias, Wiwi Jolijani, Arya Larissa Putri Helmi, Sastori Arianto, with under the title Rethinking Tourism Village Governance from Status to Function as a Local Economic Institution.
And the second best paper goes to Gustina Alfa Trisna Pradika, Muhammad Kemal Agusta, Ganesh Shukri and Harun Al-Aziz under the title Exploration of Sodium-Based Battery Materials to Mitigate the Risk of Global Supply Chain Disruption from Materials Informatics Perspective.
All right. The first winner for Best Paper ISBEST 2026. Congratulations, Gustina Alfa Trisna Pradika, Muhammad Kemal Agusta, Ganesh Sukri, Harun Al-Aziz, under the title Exploration of Sodium-Based Battery Materials to Mitigate the Risks of Global Supply Chains Disruption from Material Informatics Perspective.
All right, we are going to announce the best presenter of the event of ISBEST 2026, and we would like to invite them to come to join us on the stage. The best presenter of ISBEST 2026 goes to Cindy Yul Tanesia, Mona Lisa, Gracentia Eka Tunario, and Felicia Hamdani. And let's give them a warm applause. Under the title Is Green Financing Profitably Rewarding and Boost Market Valuation? A comparative study on Indonesian banks.
We will now proceed with the presentation of certificate the winners. May we invite Dr. Zainur Hidayah, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, to present the certificate. Okay, we're gonna take a position first. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, congratulations once again. Thank you, Dr. Zainur Hidayah.
And also thank you for the participants of ISBEST 2026. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, college, and dear participants, we have now arrived at the final part of ISBEST 2026, and today we have listened to inspiring perspective, exchanged ideas, and explored important conversation about sustainable business, finance, entrepreneurship, and the future of our global economy.
But perhaps the most valuable outcome of an event like this is not simply what we hear today, but what we choose to do with what we have learned tomorrow. May the ideas shared throughout ISBEST 2026 continue to grow into collaboration, innovation, and meaningful impact.
But before we close our agenda, Miss Echa,
Oh,
there is
okay.
some announcements again
Okay.
about the best paper of the ISBEST 2026.
Yeah.
So this is the new one.
The new. Okay. We're gonna. We will announce it again. From third position, best paper goes to Imam Nur Hakim Joni Prawira Delianti Ganesa Andri Sulistiawan Rizky Nuriza Alsal Cornelia Tantri Widya Ningtyas Wiwi Julianti Aira Larissa Putri Helmi Sastori Arianto under the theme Rethinking Tourism Village Governance from Status to Function as a Local Economic Institution.
And the second best paper goes to Ahmad Firdiansah, Professor Ginta Ginting, Andy Rekarti, and Maya Maria under the title Toward the Right Direction, an evaluation of the government policies on electric vehicle acceleration, product-driven strategy versus consumer behavior and anxieties.
Okay, and then the first winner goes to Gustina Alfa Trisna Pradika, Muhammad Kemal Agusta, Ganesh Shukri, and Harun Al-Aziz under the title Exploration of Sodium-Based Battery Material to Mitigate the Risks of Global Supply Chains Disruption from Materials Informatic Perspective.
Okay, congratulations once again, and let's give them a warm applause of ISBEST 2026, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
On behalf of the organizing committee, we sincerely thank all distinguished speakers, moderators, partners, guest participants, and everyone behind the scenes who has contributed the success of this event.
okay, we're gonna invite the second best paper to come to the stage. Yeah. And we invite Dr. Zainur Hidayah to deliver the certificate to the second best paper. Yes. Okay. We're gonna take a photo session first. Maybe from photograph the moment.
Congratulations to Bapak Ahmad Firdiansyah, Profesor Ginta Ginting, Andy Rekarti, Maya Maria for the second best paper under the title Toward the Right Direction, an evaluation of government policies and electric vehicle acceleration, product driven strategy versus consumer behavior and anxieties.
Thank you so much for the winner, and thank you so much for Dr. Zainur Hidayah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the event from today.
Again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we sincerely thank you for the all part of the ISBEST 2026 from the co-host, sponsorship, and the all partners. And also, we would like to thank you for the all speakers and honorable guests.
And of course, we were gonna say thank you to all of you guys in here for being part of this journey.
And I am Muhammad Fahri Al-Kahfi.
I am Chandra Murti, and it's been our pleasure to accompany you throughout ISBEST 2026.
And we wish you a safe journey home, continued success, and many more opportunities to learn, collaborate, and make a difference.
Thank you for your presence, your participation, and your enthusiasm. Have a wonderful afternoon. See you at
the next ISBEST
2027.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.